Time is 6:04 p.m. It is Tuesday, April the 6th. I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. With the city secretary, please call the roll.
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale. Here. Rizzo. Councilmember Rizzo. He's online.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe not. Bradshaw.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. All right, we have 7 members present. Let the record reflect Councilman Rizzo is here, just having a hard time with the mute button. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Seeing none. Do we have anyone online registered to speak? Seeing none. Next up is executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, City Lights and Kyle Marketplace subdivision/development, convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087, Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more businesses, prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Big Red, Project Valkyrie, Project EQs, Project SUFC, Project Pacific Blue, Project Apollo, Project Apricot.
Meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. And thus concludes our special executive session meeting. And now we're going to start our regular city council meeting. I'm going to wait for the feed to switch over. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is 7:07 p.m. It is Tuesday, April the 6th, and I'm going to call this regular city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Tobias.
Here. All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. If there are no objections, I'm going to switch around the minutes and the citizen comments. We only have one scheduled to speak, and going to go ahead to the recognition section. We have quite a few folks here. Good to see you all. This item is for the majority of you who have come. We've had a pretty special thing happen in the city of Kyle the last couple weeks. Recognition of the Lehman Lobo Powerlifting Program, Boys and Girls State Champions 2020-2021. I don't believe that's happened before. Well done, setting records. I'm going to turn the floor over to Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate everybody coming out today. It looks like we have a huge crowd, a great Lobo support I see out there. And so I wanted to first off just read something here. When it comes to the powerlifting team, we have both boys and girls teams here. Last month, we had 2 Lehman Lobo powerlifters from Kyle. Junior Braden Bernowski and Senior Jacob Vasquez both win first place in their respective weight classes at the Texas High School Powerlifting Association 5A, 6A state meet in Abilene. The Lobo Boys powerlifting team captured the 2021 state title, finishing 2 points ahead of Odessa High. This comes a week after the Lobo girls powerlifting team won the 5 Texas high school women's powerlifting state in Corpus. These Lady Lobos, all from Kyle, won 6 of the 12 total weight classes at their event. We had sophomore Ashley Villanueva, senior Alyssa Martinez, junior Caitlin Deers, junior Carla Almido, freshman Crystal Martinez, and senior Melania Gonzalez, captured first place. Second place was sophomore Jasmine Jaimes, senior Brooke Davenport. Third place was junior Jasmine Rodriguez, senior Leah Lara, junior Olivia Valdez. Fifth place was sophomore Ariana Prio, and in sixth place was senior Jimena Castillo, junior Abby Adme, and state qualifier was sophomore Kate Julius. These young ladies just dominated. That's what we show on our shirts right there, right? Dominated. This is the first time ever in Texas State Powerlifting program that a school with both boys and girls team won state championship titles in the same season. These 2 championship teams were led by powerlifting coach Corey Redmond and staff. By far, this has been a very difficult school year, not only for these Lehman athletes and others in the school district, but across the entire state and country due to this COVID pandemic. Schools were closed, gyms were closed, workout facilities was very limited. The season looked like it was pretty much in jeopardy. Faced with so many challenges and obstacles, these boys and girls teams from Lehman overcame them all. Once schools were cleared, these students got up every day for their 6 a.m. morning practices, including weekends, to make up the time with their weight classes. They proved that hard work and dedication pays off in the end. But what impressed me the most about these athletes was during their home meets, which I attended, and I'm sure some of y'all saw me out there, was while at these meets, these powerlifters showed great teamwork and camaraderie to each other, but also great respect and good sportsmanship to other visiting teams and coaches, and were true ambassadors to their school during those times. So Coach Redmond, congratulations to you and your coaches. Thank you, sir, for your leadership and your skill in training these young athletes in the sport that they dearly, dearly love. I know that they will take what they have learned, I'm going to take this off, from you and apply it to their everyday life of hard work and commitment. And to the entire Lehman Powerlifting boys and girls team, I want to congratulate you on your wins and applaud your dedication to your sport. I send best wishes for you for continued success in your academic future and as well as goals for your next season. We all want you to know how proud your achievements have brought positive recognition and honor to your school, to your entire school student body, teachers, family, friends, but most important, to our city here of Kyle. So thank you, Lehman Lobo Powerlifting team, for bringing home state championship titles to our great city. And I want to thank, for this presentation, I want to thank Samantha Armbruster, our city communications director, and her staff for helping with this. We got some proud Lehman Lobo parents, Jenny Bernowski and her family, and Will Engelman, thank you for your help with your photographs, and all the parents that support your children in this sport that they love, thank you so much. Principal Karen Zuniga, thank you, ma'am. Hayes School Board Trustee Willie Tenorio for supporting these students. City Manager Scott Sellers, and also Mayor Travis Mitchell, and the rest of council for your continued support on this presentation for these young men and women. Thank you.
Thank you,
And-
Councilor Tobias. I think we have a video prepared. Very nice. And I think, sorry, there's a lag there a little bit. We've also got a plan to put some congratulations on the billboard. The city of Kyle has access to the digital billboard out here, so keep an eye out. Samantha, when is that going live? I think ready to go soon, right? Next couple days, so hopefully somebody will be able to take a picture and see that. Congratulations on I-35. You've made us all very proud. It was really cool watching that story go through. It's not every day that boys and girls in any program become state champions, especially in the middle of a pandemic. So just extremely, extremely proud. We also have some
Yes, we have some certificates here from the city as well. But I was going to ask Coach if you wanted to come up to the podium and just want to give a quick spiel about the season and about your team.
First, thank you guys for the opportunity to showcase these athletes. One of the things that we do promote is hard work will always pay off, and this year it did. These juniors and seniors have literally taken one singular week off in the last 3 years. Last year we got shortchanged, and this year we were able to make it through. I've done a lot of research and can't find any program that's ever done what we did this year. So 33 regional qualifiers, 17 state qualifiers, 14 state placers, 8 state champions, 2 state best lifters, and then of course 2 state titles. So we made history this year. So we definitely appreciate your support. Very much appreciated. So thank you all.
And with that, real quick, I have some certificates, so you come on up, I can get you one, and you can also show council and everybody your medals, which I wanted to showcase as well. Yeah. What you can do, they don't have, if you want to just state your name if you want. Yeah, that's fine.
That'll work.
That'll work a lot better.
You want to go? So we have state champion junior Braden Bromonski won best lifter, lightweight best lifter as a junior. Senior state champion Jacob Vasquez. Second place senior Brooke Davenport. Sixth place Abby Adame Jr. First place freshman Crystal Martinez. Junior first place Carla Olmedo. Sixth place senior Jimena Castillo. Sophomore 97 state champ Alyssa Martinez. Second place Olivia Valdez Jr. Second place Jasmine Jaime sophomore. First place and best lifter for the ladies senior Ashley Villanueva. And fifth place sophomore Ariana Prill.
Thank you.
Go Lobos.
All right, thank you. Next up, we're going to do 4 different proclamations. I'm going to ask that some of my council members help me read those out. But if you want, we can take maybe a 5-minute break and let everybody move out. So we'll come back in 7:25. We'll do a 5-minute break. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to go ahead next to the proclamations. We actually have 4 proclamations, so unless there are objections, I think we should all just read through the proclamations without commentary, and then at the end we'll have an opportunity, if anyone wishes to provide commentary on any of the proclamations, to do so. So we are going to start with mine. I'll do mine first, telecommunicator. That's a good one to start with. So do we have our telecommunicators here? Hello. It's Telecommunicator Week, for those that don't know. It's a very, very important job in the city of Kyle. Whereas the city of Kyle is a member of the Capital Area Council of Governments, a regional council of governments serving Bastrop, Blanco, Burnett, Caldwell, Fayette, Hayes, Lee, Llano, Travis, and Williamson counties. And whereas CapCog's Emergency Communications Division and the City of Kyle Police Department are committed to providing a high-quality emergency communication system to the citizens of the region and the City of Kyle, and whereas the City of Kyle joins CapCog in recognizing the professional and unending services of the telecommunicators who answer 911 calls on a daily basis, and whereas the 911 telecommunicators are the link between people calling for help in the emergency situations and emergency response agencies who arrive on the scene, and whereas the 911 telecommunicators are the true backbone of the 911 system, and whereas the President of the United States has historically acknowledged the second week of April as National Telecommunicator Week, now therefore on behalf of the more than 600 telecommunicators in the CapCog region, including 15 full and 2 part-time telecommunicators with the City of Kyle Police Department, the City Council does join together and hereby declares the week of April 11th through the 17th, 2021 to be Public Safety Telecommunicator Week in the City of Kyle, Texas, and we call on all the citizens to recognize the important work being done by these men and women, which significantly raises the level of public safety for our first responders, officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians, as well as protecting the health, safety, and well-being of our residents and visitors and the property of everyone. So thank you to our telecommunicators. Next up, animal control. Councilmember Rizzo. Councilmember Flores-Cale, sorry.
Whereas the National Animal Control Association has designed the second week of April each year as Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week, and whereas the various federal, state, and local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal control officers and animal control staff for the dedicated services they provide to the citizens, various public safety, public service agencies, and departments across the country. And whereas the City of Kyle would like to express its sincere thanks and appreciation for the outstanding service the Kyle Animal Control officers provide on a daily basis to the citizens of the city and to the various public safety, public service agencies, and departments. And whereas the City of Kyle recognizes and commends Brianna Breacher and Jesus Salas, the animal control officers, for the many dedicated and long hours in serving this community and fulfilling the animal control officers' commitment to providing the highest and most efficient level of customer service. And whereas the City of Kyle wishes to commend our animal control officers, Brianna Breacher and Jesus Salas, for their service, which is in keeping with the long and distinguished tradition of the animal control profession. Now, therefore, I, Yvonne Kale, do hereby proclaim April 11th through the 17th, 2021 as National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Kyle, Texas, and encourage all citizens to join me in expressing their sincere appreciation for the service and dedication of our animal control officers.
Thank you, Councilmember Flores-Cale. The next 2 are from the Hayes Caldwell Women's Shelter related to child abuse and sexual assault. And so I think child abuse is Councilmember Rizzo. Go ahead.
City of Kyle proclamation. Whereas more than 42,717 cases of child abuse and neglect were confirmed in Texas in 2020, resulting in 16,522 children in foster care in Texas from the previous year, and the death of 215 children in Texas in 2020. And whereas 404 children were confirmed victims of abuse in Hays County, and whereas child abuse prevention in a community responsibility and finding solutions depends on the involvement among the people, and 2020 was an especially trying time for children who were unsafe in their homes. Through the perseverance of our many communities, organizations working daily to end child abuse, we continually serve children throughout the pandemic, and whereas locally, representatives from Hays County Child Protective Board, Hays County District Attorney's Office, Hays Caldwell Women's Center, and Roxanne House, Greater San Marcos Youth Council, Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, Court-Appointed Special Advocates, CASA, San Marcos, Buda, and Kyle Police Departments, Hays County Sheriff's Office, and Christus Santa Rosa, San Marcos have joined forces to provide preventive and supportive services to children, victims, and their families. And whereas every child in Kyle deserves to be safe, nurtured, and supported in caring relationships, now therefore, this City Council do hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, and do hereby call upon the citizens of Kyle to work together to raise awareness and prevent child abuse in the community and beyond.
Thank you, Councilor Rizzo. And then the last one is for sexual assault awareness. Councilor Bradshaw.
Whereas 6.3 million Texans have experienced some form of sexual assault in their lifetime, and whereas 2 in 5 women and 1 in 5 men in Texas have been sexually assaulted in their lifetime, affecting all races, ages, gender, and economic situations. And whereas the Hays Caldwell Women's Center provided direct services to 693 adult victims of sexual assault in Hays and Caldwell counties last year, and whereas the City of Kyle is intolerant of sexual violence in any form and recognizes that education and awareness may prevent sexual assault, and whereas efforts to reduce sexual assault can only be successful through citizen involvement, and the safety of the citizens of the City of Kyle depends upon our actions to end sexual assault. Now, therefore, I, Ashley Bradshaw, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as Councilwoman of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bradshaw. Does anybody have anything they would like to say on any of these proclamations?
Just want to thank the City Council for bringing this proclamation forward and supporting it. Child abuse is something that we, as citizens, can always intervene in some way if we see something out in the community. Always remember, child abuse isn't just being hit. It could be verbal abuse. It could be being in a home that's not a safe environment. You know, as a community, we can do so much more to make sure that the safety of our children is priority number one. They're our future. They're our future leaders. They're what's going to be most important to us as we move forward. And I just want to thank everyone for their support on this proclamation. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. Well said, Councilmember Rizzo, and I certainly second that appreciation by the mayor for bringing these proclamations forward. You've been really consistent with these over the years, and I certainly appreciate that you always bring these to awareness for our city. And I want to thank the council for always being in support of it as well. I want to thank public safety telecommunicators. I think in the proclamation, it was said that being the backbone of the agency. And I thought that was really interesting because it is true. A lot of that is dealt with, and sometimes it's forgotten about that particular part of the department and what you all deal with mentally and emotionally and everything. So major kudos and hats off to you all, as well as Brianna and Officer Solis. I think that I've known Officer Becker for a number of years now, having gone through the Citizens Police Academy about 8 years ago, and a number of the other different officers. And I appreciate the passion and consistency to serve our city that those individuals bring. It's a full gauntlet of what they deal with that. It's just the two of them. For the longest time, it was just Officer Becker. And so I appreciate their commitment day in and day out, and they're always very supportive and helpful of our community that's in need and dealing with various different things, as well as rolling with the punches on the transition of the animal shelter and various different things like that. And so I want to publicly thank them for their continued flexibility and commitment and determination to the job. The other proclamations, very sincere and very important to bring that awareness. Councilmember Rizzo brought it up very much so that it can take many different forms. And so it's important for our community to be aware of it, for either people that are dealing with it, people that know folks that are dealing with it, and how important it is to seek help for that, and that there is in our community. I want to thank Erica Gallardo. She typically emails us every year about the pinwheels in April for Child Abuse Awareness Month with the Hayes County Child Protective Board. And so I appreciate her commitment to, and always willing and seeking to reach out to us to help with that. And I want to thank staff. I know Jerry and Mariana and others are always helpful with that, and as they were this year again as well. So if anybody hasn't seen the pinwheels that are in our fountain over at Mary Hartson Cobb Park here in our downtown as well, you can go check that out. But thank you to everyone. Appreciate the proclamations.
Thank you, Councilor Ellis. Any other commentary? Anyone who came here to receive the proclamations wish to come forward and say anything? Oh, okay. That was a quick raise of the hand. Be careful. I'll call on you if you raise your hand. Does anybody want to come forward for a photograph? Chief says yes. All right. So we'll do. Which one do you want to do first, Chief? Is that okay with everybody? All right. Then let's do that. I think we'll probably stay up here. Stay up here again, but we'll hand these down. Telecommunicators. I haven't signed all these.
We all work together as a group anyway, all these organizations.
Sexual assault.
Child abuse right here. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Did you sign it?
Oh, he's got to sign. He's got to sign it. You want to sign that real quick?
If we can get counsel between Coach and Torres Kale.
Probably.
And if we can get in a little bit closer on this side,
We're doing this.
you're not in the middle. A little bit more. Here we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's a video. Hold on. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, don't mess up. Maria said it's not over. It's not over.
All right. 1, 2. Now y'all can smile. Y'all are doing good. All right. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now let's go back to the start with approval of the minutes, March 16th.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the City Council special meeting minutes for March 16, 2021, and the regular council meeting minutes for March 16, 21.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach. Councilmember Tobias, one of y'all. Councilmember Tobias, seconded.
Okay.
Got this second. Is there any discussion on the motion? No. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item of city business to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comment form and submit it to either myself or the city secretary. I have 2 filled out in person, and I believe we still have 1 registered online. So I'm going to go with the folks in person first. First up, Mr. Michael Kloss.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and citizens of Kyle. Well done on the previous proclamations. What an appropriate time. I just want to say thank you. I know that each of you are working hard, and I hope I'm here in support of those who've asked me to support the previous proposal of an ordinance by the Kyle Police Department for the sexual assault program ordinance. What a beautiful month it would be to get it proposed, passed, and enforced. Not as much thanks is given to each of you. I know you're sitting in some very lonely seats. Experience tells me. I want to thank you for what you do, for what you are going to do, and most of all, for listening to the citizens of Kyle, especially me. So with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you for the police department, and that poor lady gets bit more than anybody.
Brianna?
But anyway, thank you very much. Support, just want you to know there are people out there that support, and what a beautiful month it would be to get this completed. Thank you. God bless all.
Thank you, Mr. Kloss. All right, next up, Mr. Peter Parcher.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, citizens. I just wanted to come and give you an update on the Kyle Emergency Response Team. We're not getting as fast a start as I wanted to, but we're getting there thanks to the support from KPD and Kyle Fire Department, as well as from the Hays County Emergency Management Office. Basically, we're starting training with driver training on the 17th, and then we'll be doing basic shelter operations training on May the 8th. And then in June, by the end of June, we should have 5 ham radio operators qualified to the general level. We will also be doing emergency helicopter landing zone preparation and management. And in September, we will be doing, I can't remember the full name, but how to help victims of tragedies and emergency situations. We have somebody building up a course on that right now. On the Koontz side, we have 77 members as of 5:30. We have affiliated with CERT, Hays County CERT, and we have several members going through their training that finished today. More members will be going through at the end of April and in May. So we have that on the go. As far as Kurt goes, we're available anytime for general volunteer. If you need something, let us know. I'll put it on the page, and away we go. On to the other thing, I wanted to thank the council members that have been working with me on the Kyle Citizens Veterans Parade. I know it's a long way off, but there's a lot of people that are very interested in this. So far, I have 14 companies that are going to be involved on our side of it. And then we also have other entities that I won't mention right now that are just waiting to hear if y'all are doing it or not. And then we go from there. So I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parcher.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else here who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? All right, I do believe we have one person registered online. Is that person available and ready to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Finally. Hello? May I proceed?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm Dr. Olson. The first and only conversation I ever had with Jeff Barnett after discovering that it might have been possible that my son was actually his was on the phone while he was in his office at Kyle. I didn't know if my son was mine at that time, and I was searching for the truth. I had made numerous attempts to contact him in his office in Kyle and gotten the runaround. I finally told the person on the other end I wasn't going away until I spoke with Barnett. Barnett finally took my call, and the first thing he said to me was, "Glenn, I'm a good guy." That is burned into my memory. Glenn, I am a good guy. Then he proceeded to tell me he never knew she was married or knew anything about a child. The exact same thing he told Earp in the City of Kyle investigation. But when I acquired emails from his account at a later date, he shared with my wife, I discovered he had lied to me. And he knew all along that she was married, and a photo of him holding
Mr. Hurlston, this is Mayor Mitchell. I'm going to call a point of order. Your commentary does not pertain to general relevance and can be perceived as a personal attacks, which is something we prohibit during citizen comments. Do you have another subject that you wish to discuss?
You don't want to hear the truth?
Do you have another subject other than this subject you wish to discuss with us, sir?
Oh, I do. I'm going to talk about what's going on. There's no personal attack here. These are just the facts. If you let me speak, these are the facts. These are indisputable facts. I have the right to speak. You don't have the right to shut me up. That's what this city council meeting is for. I have the right to speak. I'm a citizen of this country. I'm going to finish. I discovered he had lied to me, and he knew all along that she was married. And a photo of him holding the child 1 week after he was born was in one of their emails, along with a DNA test showing he was the father. Jeff Barnett isn't a good guy like he wanted me to believe that day, and all you to believe now. He is a liar who falsified his application to get this job, and lied about his firing in Princeton, and lied to the hiring committee in Kyle.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hurlston. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any item? All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. It is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 6, appointments. Consider approval of a resolution confirming the reappointments of Tim Samford, James Earp, and Derrick Turley to the Alliance Regional Water Authority Board of Directors for 3-year terms. This is my item. Because of their reshuffling under the new procedures with ARWA, these items keep coming back, but these are all our existing members. Is not really much to add other than that they need to be reappointed. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coach. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 7, reappointment to the Economic Development and Tourism Board. This item is Ms. Diana Torres. A very similar situation. All 3 applicants are existing board members up for reappointment. Diana, go ahead.
Mayor, we have had a request to postpone this to the next council meeting so that we can get the applications for these 3 members to council for review. would you want me to go forward, or do you want to move forward with that request?
Well, they're ready for reappointment. Is there a reason to postpone them?
It was a request from a council member that had a concern.
That was I.
Okay.
The reason for my request is because me and Ashley are new to the dais, and we have not had an opportunity to either talk or to maybe see a resume or an application in order to make a vote on this. So I'm not comfortable voting on this. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm not sure if Mr. or Councilmember Tobias has had an opportunity to look at the same information as well. So all I was asking for was time to review. And unfortunately, this was an Easter weekend. So by the time I got the agenda, I was rushing as it was to read as much as possible. So.
Mayor Pro Tem Coach.
These are already sitting board members, and it's not typical for us to go through our own interview process with them. And since they're waiting to be appointed, I would like to make a motion to reappoint Brian Ziegler, Tessa Szydzinski, and Dawn Tracy to the Economic Development and Tourist Board.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I have just one, and I kind of agree. If it is a reappointment, we already have them already on the board. It's just a matter of reappointing them back in.
I understand that. At the same time, I would also like to see maybe some new faces on there. I don't know what these individuals are like. I have no information on them. I think it's irresponsible of me to make a vote on people that I don't know. I can't just say, well, they're already on there, so they got to be good. Because I think several times in the city of Kyle, there might be people who are currently on a board or a committee that maybe shouldn't be on there.
What are the term limits on this, Diana?
2 years. The way that
Well, that's the length of the term, right? I think this question was term limit.
I would have to defer that question to Paige, or maybe Scott maybe knows off the top of his head, but I don't recall a term limit. The way that the Economic Development Board is structured is that it is not a decision-making body. It's solely for recommendations for City Council. They review the first year on us applications and then make a position to take to council on that. That we meet every month, and the way that this board is structured is that there is a seat that would equal the equivalent as if we had an EDC, or Economic Development Corporation. So those positions for these three in particular are a financier, a utility, and higher education.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my concern is also agenda item number 26, which is discussion and possible action regarding board and commission staffing policy. I think it's kind of buggy in front of the horse to do all these reappointments and consider nomination when we have something on the agenda that specifically speaks to these boards and commissions.
Mayor, we have a motion.
Is there any further discussion?
We have discussion, yeah. So I'll say this because Councilmember Flores-Cale did bring up my item towards the end of the agenda. A couple of things I'll say about this. One, I am familiar with these three persons, and I am supportive of their reappointment. However, I understand the concern of Councilmember Flores-Cale, and perhaps if that's the same concern of Councilmember Bradshaw. Certainly, I think it would be good practice to provide that in the backup material just for future purposes to give council that opportunity to do that. For me, I will parse a little bit here in that the reappointment, with my longevity on the council, I'm familiar with it, so I'm comfortable with this appointment. It's the new nominations to a commissioner board that I would like to discuss prior to making any new appointments or nominations until we've had clarity on the policy of nominations. So the next agenda item, I will be making that same request.
Okay, so the way the reappointment process works is does not require the nominees to apply.
I did
So
request this
asking for an
information prior to the
I'm
council
just,
meeting.
hang on, I'm just trying to give you some context. When you ask for applications to come forward, the reappointment process as written is very intentionally designed to circumvent that, so that we're not opening it up, taking applications, making a decision among the community. Reappointment is specifically the opposite of kind of what you're saying is maybe they're not the best, in which case the reappointment process, may not suit you well. You might like to see people not reappointed or something along those lines. But we tried to come up with a policy at some point in the past, back in 2017, to kind of address, well, what do we want to do when we don't want to open it up, which gives false hopes when we're happy with the member. And then we came up with the policy for department heads, generally speaking, or a chair of a board are the ones responsible for bringing forward that reappointment so that it can circumvent and bypass those policies, and essentially you go from one term to the next without too much trouble. So with that, and in particular on these three positions, I think that's pretty much right in line with kind of the motivation for why we created the policy that we have in place. So I'm certainly happy to move them along, but your commentary is certainly noted.
I guess my only question would be, how do I make a vote on people that I've never even spoken to?
Well, I can't answer that. I can't answer that for you. So, I mean, there's certainly opportunities for you to go to the board meetings, talk to Diana about maybe getting to know if that's a particular board. The majority of the board appointees that I've voted on through the years have not been people with which I've had personal relationships, but I take it on the recommendation of the various folks who are in a position to make that recommendation. And so my vote is as it relates to their nomination. So I'm confirming as opposed to doing the interview process myself. So any further discussion on these three items, these three folks? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 8, consider nominations and take action for appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill 2 vacancies with unexpired terms. This item is originally listed for Mr. Koontz, but really just we had a situation where unexpectedly a couple planning and zoning seats came vacant right at the same time as we were making our most recent appointment. And because we had had so many folks apply, we had freshly identified that there were a couple other folks in the list who didn't make the original appointment from a few weeks ago, or maybe a month ago or so. And so the question was, because we had 2 vacancies, and there's kind of a quorum issue as well, and we had a process that we had followed, and it had produced 2 other viable candidates, whether we should bring these forward or not. My intention was to try to keep that board filled. And so these candidates in particular were essentially number 2 and number 3 on the list of those who we interviewed and vetted here not too long ago. So with that, and with the desire to keep the Planning and Zoning Commission board full, I wanted to bring them forward for council consideration.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem Coach.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Patricia Snidow and Michael Chase to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we appoint Patricia Snidow and Matthew Chase to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Ellison.
Yes, so I'm going to ask the council to not make these appointments as of yet, until at least we've had an opportunity to discuss the policy for the boards and commissions. Primarily this one, because as I brought up in our February 23rd council member meeting, there were 13 applicants that applied, but only 5 of them were interviewed. And I wanted to have a discussion about the qualifications process for interviewing applicants that are new to be nominated to a board. And so that request was made prior to these resignations. Certainly, I understand the desire to keep the board full and keep them moving, particularly when we've tasked them with items to help us with. I certainly understand that. It was not foreseen that those particular resignations happened on April 1st of this year. But I think in order for there to be a fairness in the following of the policy, and once again, until we have that discussion, I'm not clear on how that policy was followed for these particular interviews being scheduled. I would not feel comfortable appointing new people to boards or commissions until we've clarified that and had that discussion on the policy. Because there certainly seems to be at least some ambiguity or non-clarity on what should happen throughout that process.
All right, thank you, Councilor Ellison. Any other discussion?
I did have questions about the applicant.
Councilor Forscale.
I had an email to Mr. Koontz regarding residency, and so I was waiting for some kind of confirmation on how residency is established to make sure that these people have been in the city and in the state for the 12 prior months that are required.
I think Scott's been working on that, so he might be able to give you a response on that question. That is a good question.
Mayor, Council, Scott Sellers, City Manager for the record. There was confusion based on the generic application that we have had online. We've basically been using one application for all boards and commission appointments. The problem is that not everyone has the same criteria for applying. The Planning and Zoning Commission has a 6-month residency requirement, and the statement in the charter is that by the time they are appointed, they should have lived in the city or reside in the city for those 6 months. That's the board that has 6 months. Some have 12, some don't have a residency requirement. So we've talked internally about having a more specific application depending on the board they're applying to.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councilor Bradshaw.
I was going to say I don't have questions, but I do have comments. But I had the same question as you, Councilmember Flores-Kale. I was curious about the 6-month versus 12-month requirement for the board, but I am actually very glad that it's the 6-month because Patricia really wowed me with her resume. Patricia, I'm not sure if you're on the line, but I printed out all 9 pages of your resume and highlighted everything that I loved about it. And honestly, I wish we could have you on full-time staff here in the city because your experience is incredible. Working with the Colorado Governor's Office of Economic Development, Downtown Development Authority, Main Street Manager, Economic Development Director. These are titles, and I particularly loved on your actual application that you said you were excited to be a part of the momentum of the city and that the city has created around quality job creation as well as supporting high value amenities and retaining quality of life for families who live here. Combining form and function creates balance. And I think that's exactly what we need on our Planning and Zoning Commission. So I was really glad that it was the 6 months, and I really look forward to seeing you on there.
All right, thank you, Councilor Bradshaw. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? You know, my commentary on the 2 candidates is that, one, I do think we need to change our application so that part is clear. The 6-month requirement is actually per the charter. So that's indisputable for the Planning and Zoning Commission as being a minimum requirement, which I'm very much glad to see. And as far as the process that was followed and whether or not we've discussed whether or not that process was followed, I mean, we discussed it 45 minutes a couple council meetings ago. We went into great detail about whether or not the process was followed. We may or may not all agree. My opinion is that the process was followed, and if there are ways that we can make that process more clear, that's certainly worthy of a discussion. But as it relates to these 2 applicants, they were brought and ushered in under an interview process and a selection process that produce two good candidates. And as a result, I think that it behooves us, especially because of the nature of the abrupt resignations, it behooves us to go ahead and put these two qualified candidates on who've already gone through that process with us. So that's why I'm ready to vote on this one, and I'm certainly willing to have a discussion about what we want to do for the future, moving forward. But that's my thoughts on that particular item. So is there anyone else who hasn't discussed that wishes to discuss? And if not, I'll go back to Councilmember Ellison. Councilmember Ellison, go ahead.
So a few different things. Point of clarification, where in the charter does it say for P&Z to be 6 months residency? I'll give you all a moment because I'm looking at the charter, and section 2.62 states that qualifications for the charter are listed as 1, be at least 18 years of age, 2, be a citizen of the United States, be a qualified voter of the city, 4, have been a resident of the state of Texas and in the city for at least 12 consecutive months, and 5, not be delinquent on any indebtedness to the city. And then finally 6, an appointment may not be a city employee. This is an individual shall not be eligible for appointment to a committee unless the individual meets the following qualifications, which I just read. So is there another spot in the charter that talks about the 6 months for planning and zoning in particular?
There is, and if you give me 1 second, I will find that for you.
Okay. Appreciate that. And I don't have a problem with it if it's 6 months, but like I said, the only place I've seen in the charter for qualifications for a committee has been that section 2-62. So once again, I request of the council to hold off on any new appointments. I know we had a discussion, it was for 24 minutes, not 45, but 24 minutes. We had a discussion on February 23rd about this. Many of the same points that I'm going to make tonight, but as well as the qualifications have been met, and if by the spirit of the policy, if that was what was determined. Because last time it was determined that there were 13 applicants. Planning staff narrowed that down to 6, and 5 showed up for the interview. It was stated that last time that it was narrowed from 13 to 6 based on qualifications of their resume, cover letter, and professional experience that was relative to planning and zoning. Once again, within our policy and within the charter, those are not stated qualifications for a board or commission. The policy states that city staff will evaluate applications from those citizens who meet the charter's basic criteria for membership in a first round evaluation. The only qualifications listed are the ones that I stated earlier from section 2-62. The policy also reads that staff may determine the size and or qualifications of those applicant pool are insufficient and reopen the application or otherwise extend the deadline to allow for more citizens to apply, i.e. if there are not candidates that applied that met the requirements for the qualifications stated in the charter. And if that is not what that's stating, then this is part of what I was asking for clarity on. The second, item number 4 in the policy states that based on the first round evaluation of the applications, applicants that are determined to best meet the requirements of the board or commission position will be selected to participate in a second round personal interview conducted by the 4 members that we talked about last time, the mayor, city manager, director of that department, that is the liaison, or the chair for that, or their designee. That is what the policy states. So that is why, this is why I wanted to have a discussion before we made any new appointments, which I had requested this agenda item even on February 23rd. I stated that I understand that the best course of action is to bring forward an agenda item to have a discussion on this policy, well before we had the resignations. And so I brought forward this agenda item, and then we had the resignations. That's unfortunate that happened. Certainly want to make sure our boards are active and full as possible. Having -2 P&Z commissioners, they still have a quorum with 5. Obviously, it just means only at most one can be absent from the meeting on any given Tuesday. But that is what I'm trying to understand of if the process that happened for the planning and zoning commissioner, you had 7 people, were those other 7 that weren't chosen, did they meet the qualifications the only qualifications stated outlined in the charter? So that's why I think that it's important for us to just hold off a little bit till we get an understanding of the policy. We make sure everybody's on the same page of the policy, and then we can move forward with any future new appointments.
All right, thank you, Councilor Ellison. Does anybody else have a response to that or thoughts to that? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm of the opinion to go ahead and vote on it. I don't think that our policy was followed. We discussed it, or that our policy was not followed. We discussed it at length. I think we're in a semantical issue. The hiring group, the 4, were involved from the beginning to the end, from the initial vetting, which allowed for the 13 to be brought forward as qualified, to the paring down, which are the 6 that were brought in to interview, to the nomination, followed along exactly as it has been proposed since 2017 when this policy was initiated. We've followed the exact same steps that we have followed since the very beginning to qualify and vet these candidates. But with that said, I think we can provide more clarity and context at the end if that is something that the board wishes to do, if we wish to have a discussion about changing it for the future. But nothing in the way the planning and zoning commissioners or the applicants were brought forward as nominees has changed since 2017, certainly not this one. And as a result, that's why I'm ready to move this one forward, because there is a need to move it forward. And I'm happy to have that discussion about changing up the policy separate from these 2 candidates. Scott?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, Scott Sellers for the record. I think I'm seeing the discrepancy hearing Councilmember Ellison in the section he's quoting. In the charter, section 262 talks about qualifications for serving on boards and commissions, but then it sets out another section beyond that for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So if we look at 268, really starting at 267, that's specifically for Planning and Zoning Commission. And the first sentence talks about qualified voters that have resided within the city for 6 months prior to the date of their appointment. That is additionally in section 10.04 of the charter, so it's in 2 places, the same language, qualified voters have resided within the city for 6 months.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Is there anything new or substantive that we want to add to this discussion? Councilmember Flores Kale.
Well, I hope what I say is some substantive, whatever you say. So I'm going to be honest. After the situation with P&Z, I wanted to be able to sit down and talk to these people. I know these were previously interviewed. The people that were there could have easily been reappointed, and clearly were not satisfied in their position. So my concern is we need to look at more than just a resume and just residency, which, by the way, I would prefer somebody who had a little more time in Kyle, so we can get an old school insider's perspective. But more importantly, and above everything else, is we need people who are going to be proactive, people who are going to be able to make their own decisions, people who are going to be able to think on their own independently, because P&Z directly affects us every meeting. We have to make sure the people that are on there are doing things proactively and can settle with the guidance that we give during a meeting.
Councilor Rizzo.
I think you failed to miss one point, though. P&Z commissioners are putting a resume to do a job, not to get a phone call, to get badgered. That's one of the things that we're missing here, is that when you've got a P&Z commissioner and they've made a decision, they don't need to get a phone call from a council member and badgering them and making them regret what they're doing. That's something that we don't do. The reason we've got 3 vacancies, not 2, we had one prior, is because we have to learn our role. We have to realize that they're here, they're going to do their job, but we cannot push them to the point where they're going to resign. So we need to make sure that we're moving forward, we're bringing in people that are qualified. Let's not start from zero. If we've got a candidate that can start at 70 because they've got the resume, they've got the experience, let's start there. Let's not start at zero, let's start at 70. Something to think about.
Mayor Pro Tem, Coach. Oh, I thought you had your finger on the button. Councilmember Bradshaw.
So I actually think that it's a wonderful thing that we have two fairly new residents who have moved to Kyle and want to volunteer and contribute to their community in that way. I can remember, in fact, all but two of us on this dais are transplants here in Kyle, and we clearly care very deeply about this city to the capacity that we are now sitting on city council. So I think it's great that these people are wanting to get in and just do what they can to give back to their community, especially people of this caliber. It seems like they have been very well vetted. I actually did reach out to one of the candidates as well, just to, although Rissa just said that maybe we should not do that, but I had questions, and she was wonderful, and she answered them. So I think that reprimanding them for only being here for a certain amount of time could, I think that really, for one, limits the pool of prospects for anyone on the boards and the commissions, because a lot of people are moving to Kyle. We are all fairly new to the city. The city is growing so quickly. And so when we have people who have this sort of background and this sort of experience, especially in a particular area that they're trying to volunteer and contribute their time to, I think that we should commend them for that rather than the opposite.
Does anybody know, as far as who's on P&Z, who are new people and who are old-time Kyle people? So my concern is not necessarily limiting the pool, it's expanding the pool besides new people.
I'm going to actually go to Councilmember Ellison now as well. He was next up. Councilmember Ellison, go ahead.
Thank you. So certainly, I think, I looked at the resumes as well. I completely concur with the comments of Councilmember Bradshaw, particularly made about one of the candidates and how well qualified they are. This has nothing to do with these candidates. Once again, I requested of this agenda item and brought it up back in February. And now I've gotten it on the agenda. Had there not been a resignation on our P&Z commission on April 1st, we wouldn't be doing this right now, and we would be talking about the policy. And if as a council, obviously y'all have heard from the mayor, he feels that the policy was followed. I brought up for an agenda item and highlighted the sections that I don't think were followed on the policy as it is. It was stated back on February 23rd that it was the planning staff and Director Koontz that narrowed the field from 13 to 6, not the 4 people that do the interviews. So that's a difference in statements there. So that's what I'm just trying to get at is, does the council feel that with the interviews that happened and the appointment that the policy was followed? And my understanding reading of the policy, it states that the basic criteria is of the qualifications listed in the charter. And do we know if the other 7 people that weren't chosen to be interviewed, did they meet the qualifications that are stated in our policy and outlined in the charter? That is simply what I'm stating. And I'm not stating that at the end of the day, Ms. Snydow and the other gentleman, aren't, Mr. Chase, yes, aren't outstanding candidates. They could still very well be the cream of the crop if all of those were evaluated. I'm talking about the other 7 folks that also were willing to help serve and volunteer for their community, regardless of what their residency requirements is. And if it's 6, then that's fine. And mostly that was brought up to just get a point of clarification with our city attorney to see, obviously the charter can only be changed by the voters, but if we needed to get that clarity that there is a difference. In one part of the charter, it says 12 months, and the other part, it says 6 months. Is that sufficient? If it is, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with, personally, whether it's a person that's been here just over the qualification period or has been here, 20 years. I agree. They all have a perspective that could be unique and helpful to the conversation, as well as people that aren't in a background of planning or engineering or anything like that. Once again, I brought this up in February 23rd. There have been some great planning and zoning commissioners that before I served, when I served, after I served, that currently serve, that, according to the way it is now, I'm not sure if those people would make it to the second round to be interviewed. And so that's what I'm just trying to hope that we can do, is just get a clarification on that before we move further with any further appointments. That, once again, like I said, I brought this up back on February 23rd that I wanted to do an agenda item to have a discussion on this. It just so happened that those appointments came through, and certainly I understand wanting to get those filled as quickly as possible, but it doesn't mean that we disregard those other 7 as well that may have met every bit of the qualifications that are outlined to them and didn't get an opportunity, as has been stated both today and on February 23rd, to show how they would really bring something to our Planning and Zoning Commission that we can't see on a resume or a cover letter or in their length of experience. So I request again that council, it has nothing to do with Ms. Snideout and Mr. Chase, but for us to have that discussion about that particular part first, and if we need to take out any ambiguity or make anything clear, and that it still fits with what happened, then I'm fine with that too. But I'm not clear on that that's what happened. And once again, like I said, on February 23rd, it was not stated that the 4 that did the interview were a part of that process from the beginning. It was stated that the planning staff narrowed it down from 13 to 6 based on resumes, cover letters, and experience.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Is there any further discussion? As I've said, that's not the way I perceive that as having gone down. In fact, it's just, I would state that's just not the way that it went down. Staff did not eliminate anyone.
That's what was said on the 23rd.
I understand that. Staff did not eliminate anyone from the applicant pool. Staff performed work to narrow it down and provide that to the group, the panel, for consideration. The panel then looked at all the applications to decide whether or not that service that staff provided was appropriate. And as a result, no one was excluded because of a staff decision. The vetting took place as it always happens with the committee having oversight over that. And so while I understand that you may not like that staff was proactive to kind of help with the large applicant pool, at no point was that staff's moving of some of the applicants from towards the interview list and some not, at no point was that the actual selection process. It wasn't actually narrowed down until the 4 committee members made that decision to go with that narrowed down list, which is per policy, is the way we have always done it, always. Since I've been around at least. So we can discuss whether we want to have everyone be interviewed mandatory and all those kind of things later, but the policy was followed that brings it forward. And so I would like to go ahead and call for the vote unless we have anything else on top of this discussion or new to add.
I would just like to thank the nominees for their willingness to serve. And I agree with you to move forward with this vote, and we can discuss the other items when we get to it.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Ellison,
Say it again.
Ellison,
Oh, I'm sorry. Nay.
Flores Kale,
Nay.
Bradshaw,
Aye.
Tobias,
Aye.
Coach,
Aye.
Rizzo.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Next up, consent agenda, CIP road projects, and consent agenda presentation.
Projects. These are our current road bond projects. I wanted to show you the two that are still outstanding. Of course, it's Lehman Road and Burleson Street, but Lehman Road is now complete. We have all the information that we need from the contractor, so you won't see this on the presentation next time. We're done with that one. Thank goodness. Thank you. And one more to go. Wendy Hill Street and Drainage Project, based on our current estimates, we're about 48% complete. They're working on change order number 2. Change order number 3 is in progress, but this is going to push us over the 5% contingency that council approved. That contingency was a little over $124,000, and the project manager has been making changes to help move the project along faster and add materials where needed and so forth. So I'll bring you an itemized list of that change order number 2 so you can see where we've been spending that extra money. But on this change order number 3, that will mean that we need to come back for additional money for that project as a change order. The contractor is currently working on the south half of Windy Hill Road. Right now, Indian Paintbrush is closed. Cherrywood is open. Paving is scheduled for Wednesday, April 14th. So hopefully, we'll have a traffic shift to the south half the week of April 19th. So it's moving along very well. That's a current picture where we are this past weekend. Southside Wastewater Improvements Project, we are at 78% complete. They still haven't finished the driveway at the Paws facility. They are working on the manhole on the east side of the northbound frontage road, and they should have that completed fairly quickly. Then they still have a manhole on the west side of the southbound frontage road. That particular manhole is important because that's where our Elliott Branch contractor ties in to that project. On the wastewater treatment plant expansion project, we're about 51% complete. They continue working on the pipe, rework, the formwork, the rebar, all the miscellaneous items that need to be done on that particular project. They're still continuing to work on Saturdays just to expedite the schedule, make sure they get back on schedule. They are still working on design for the belt press, or what we call the dewatering process, and that design is due on April 30th. There's still no deviations in the contract progress and construction schedule, so we're still on schedule. The expansion will be complete and online in March of 2022, and if you think about it, that's 11 months away, so we're getting closer and closer. It's quite a bit of concrete work, and you can see there's a lot of filling going on around the headworks. The walls are going up on the operations building. They still have work to do on the digesters on the far right. Those walls still need to go in, so they still have some work to do on the form work and the concrete and steel. Button Creek Interceptor, we're at 27% complete. On this particular picture, if you'll notice, it's headed towards the treatment plant. So that's the purpose of this project, is to put another interceptor on the east side of Kyle. Well, site number 4, we're kind of on hold on that one. We're waiting for the contractor to give us an estimate of some additional work we've asked him for on the downtown elevated, and we continuously call and try to get him to hurry up and give us an estimate. We are sitting on his retainage. We are sitting on some of this pay, so that's hopefully that'll give us some leverage to get him to hurry up and give us a pay estimate or cost estimate for the additional work that we're asking for. Old Post Road, we're still working with the owner of the property at the intersection of County Road 158 and Old Post Road. They've asked for some additional work to be done, so we're trying to work that out with them. Right now, what you have is the contract, I should say our contractor, our Case County is our contractor. They are excavating on the south end of the project. They're just about ready to get elevations on the bottom of the material that needs to go in. That should be done later this week, and hopefully next week they'll start putting base in there. There's about 26 inches of base that goes back in there. So this is going to be a very heavy-duty road in addition to about 6 inches of asphalt. Elliott Branch Interceptor, this is on the west side of I-35, picks up where Southside drops off. We're at about 14% complete. Right now the contractor's working on clearing and providing erosion controls. The Exeter Ranch Roundabout, last we've talked to the developer and the contractor and the engineer. They're about 95% complete, and we're still waiting for their proposed plan for the median. Paramount Subdivision, according to the developer, they're about 75% complete, and they're thinking it's going to be another 3 weeks for them to complete that particular road. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Leon. Anybody have any questions for Leon on those items?
It's nice to see you again, Leon.
Same here, council members. Thank y'all.
Chief, you got a few things to add?
Told him I wasn't going to talk about his roads. Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police. And we have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight for your review. And I also have 2 of my staff members that are approaching from behind me that have put in a lot of work to secure these 2 items. The first is item number 14. This is asking permission to apply for and accept a STEP grant from the Texas Department of Transportation. STEP grant stands for Selective Traffic Enforcement Program. These are federally funded grant programs that the state oversees, and they're designed to improve roadway safety and to reduce serious injuries and those killed from motor vehicle accidents. This particular grant is called a Click It or Ticket grant. It will run from the dates of May the 24th of this year through June the 6th of this year. The total amount of the grant that we're asking for consideration is $8,100. Our match, as these types of grants have a 20% match, would be $1,620 of that total. We're not guaranteed the $8,100. That would be our grant submission, and certainly TxDOT could alter that. It would not exceed that amount, but could come in a little bit lower. If TxDOT should grant that amount, we would expect to see about between 100 and 130 hours of additional law enforcement officer and law enforcement out on the interstate. I'm going to let Sergeant Brian kind of focus on that part. But it would put about 100 to 130 hours of additional manpower out on our highways to improve those roadways during this upcoming holiday in May. We're asking for that consideration. Again, that's coming up in a few weeks. We apologize for the short notice on that. We just became aware of that particular grant. There's a couple of questions that I want to make sure that I answer, and I also want to make sure I bring up Sergeant Verana because he's worked hard on both securing the opportunity for this grant as well as other grants for that division that you have seen in some recent council meetings. Again, this particular STEP grant is focused on reducing accidents. That's how TxDOT will award and authorize the grant to the City of Kyle should we receive it. You kind of know the time frame, the hours. I'm going to cover, actually, if I can, I'd like to let Sergeant Verana come up and just give you a real brief overview of what this grant's going to do for the community should we get your permission and should we receive it. Sergeant Verana, who is our Traffic Division Supervisor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Click It or Ticket grant is similar to the other TxDOT grants. We were up here recently requesting permission for the same provider, TxDOT. This one is focused on seatbelt enforcement. The state of Texas maintains data from crash reports around the state all-inclusively for 2021. FY 2021, there were a little over 2,600 reported crashes related to not wearing seatbelts. The injuries that were either serious bodily injury or death related in some way to not wearing a seatbelt in those motor vehicle crashes. That was statewide. Those numbers are vastly underreported simply because the reality of it, by the time the first responders get there, those folks have been pulled out. Either they can't be asked effectively because they're either deceased or being transported to the hospital if they weren't seatbelts. Therefore, we cannot get that data. Or the likely response is, yes, I was wearing my seatbelt. So those numbers are underinflated, if you will. But this one is specified for seatbelt enforcement. What this means to us as far as that enforcement is we're looking at approximately 2.5 stops per hour during this enforcement time. So if we're looking at 100 100 enforcement hours, that's hour per hour. We can do the math, 2.5, if not more. We have to factor in high flyer, low flyers, if you will, as far as if we get on an arrest, something that takes longer than a traffic stop, then of course it's going to take away from those numbers. But on average, yes, 2.5 per hour. And what this is designed to do is we'll create 2 enforcement zones for this enforcement, pulled from the KA data provided by TxDOT. That's just no acronym, but it means either killed or seriously bodily injury. Our data specifically was along I-35, so we'll create from that KA data provided by TxDOT those 2 zones along Interstate 35. So those are the hotspots. They use that terminology in the request. Is ours is specifically along 35. So that's where our enforcement will be for this grant. And in turn, what it does to our motorists driving through is they see traffic law enforcement performing a number of stops, increased and focused enforcement in this area. So those commuters, those motorists coming through, they see officers heavily hitting this area, and we call this a visual deterrent, is that those motorists will see a lot of law enforcement out, so it's just a reaction. Motorists will tend to slow down, obey the speed limits, and check their seat belt, make sure it's on. With that, we expect to, as our city and statewide, to see those numbers drop as far as those injured or killed in motor vehicles while not wearing seat belts. So that's the overall goal and scope of the grant.
Thanks, Sarge.
The second item that you will see on the agenda is item number 15. This is another grant application. As you will recall, in our most recent budget process for our current budget, we were directed as staff to look for grants that would help us employ an additional victim services advocate. Our victim services coordinator, Kelly De La Garza, is here with me. She has spent many months researching available grants so that we could do as instructed. She has located a grant that allows us to apply for a 2-year grant from the Texas Office of the Attorney General. That grant will pay a maximum of $45,000 per year. We would use that towards the salary of that individual, and then we have in your backup material additional costs that the city would be responsible for this position. Those totals, I'm going to take out the vehicle there that we have in the bottom. I asked Kelly to give me kind of the all-in potential expenses. If you look at her total, that would be $18,000 roughly in fringe benefits per year. And then for equipment, uniforms, training, and if we were to purchase a vehicle, and obviously we've certainly discussed our lease program that we use annually, you could see a $42,000 cost from the city's portion. These grants are generally awarded throughout the summer, so we would probably be notified that we got the grant probably July or August, and then would immediately the hiring process to fill that. So it's something that we would basically see starting in the early fall, almost coordinated with our upcoming budget process. The state tends to use a grant process that starts in the month of August. Or September, I'm sorry. They have a little bit different fiscal year than we do, but we would certainly ask your consideration to apply for this grant as instructed during our budget process. I have Kelly with me who could certainly answer any questions. I can tell you she has all kinds of data about the increase in volume of her duties and assignments. The volume of customers that she helps victims of crime has significantly increased over the last several years, and with our growing population, we would obviously expect that to increase. Her duties are extremely important to us, and it was observed during our most recent budget process that we should look for some assistance to help her in order to provide better services to our community and victims.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Ms. De La Garza, for being here. Does anybody have any questions or comments? I have a comment about the budget on that victim services coordinator position, but I'll yield the floor first. Councilor Rizzo.
Chief, just real quick on agenda item number 14, talk about the grant for the enforcement. Would that be overtime or would that be regular?
That's an excellent question. It would predominantly be overtime. We actually would encourage that to our staff to always be overtime. And what I mean by that is we're not going to shortchange our normal enforcement hours of the week. We're going to have these officers come in. This grant is designed and it wants to pay officers overtime so that you're not shortchanging your regular patrol shifts. I only give one caveat to that. If an officer signs up to work this overtime assignment on a particular Saturday, and for some reason maybe they're sick during the week or their normal hours aren't worked, their shift hours aren't worked for some other emergency, some unforeseen circumstance, it could be that they only receive their regular wages because they haven't yet achieved the right number of hours to get it. They're going to get paid at whatever their lawful hourly rate is. Our plan is, the grant's plan is that this is all overtime, and that's how they fund it. They fund it at the overtime rate.
That's great. I just wanted to make sure we were keeping up, enforcement throughout the city, and this is a great way for the officers that want to, make a little extra, on their off time is great. So I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's great.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions, comments? Councilor
I
Tobias?
think, yes, Councilman Tobias Rigger. Thank you, Chief, for bringing this, and also Sergeant, bringing this forward. It's going to be critical because, we are opening up, the state's opening up with the mandate, so forth. We're going to have a lot of heavy traffic coming through this holiday. So this will be kind of perfect timing as well for this to go through. Hopefully you can be able to get the grants because we're going to need it for the holiday season. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My only comment was to say, as it relates to the Victim Services Coordinator position, I think that's been a position that we've seen, thanks to your help, be beneficial to the community, and certainly the demand, I can imagine, from 18 months ago to today has doubled, tripled?
Just about.
Yeah, just about
Actually,
doubled.
from 2016 to 2020, it has doubled.
Yeah.
And it's just continuously increasing from January 1st until the end of March. I'm currently at 98 victims just for the first quarter. So realistically, if you times that times 4, I'm going to be over 400 for the year.
So my thought is to say that, unless council has another thought here, is to kind of let Scott know that this is something we need funded in the budget regardless, since we're kind of committing to fund it for 2 years from now, no matter what. I don't want this grant and waiting on an answer to necessarily cause you any delay on hiring the second position, meaning that we're talking about, this month, next month, really starting our budgeting process. So I think it would probably behoove us to go ahead and put that in the plus category for that budget, just so you can move forward with that assurance. I feel confident you're going to get the grant because we've had some success with these grants in the past, and they've proven to bring on great staff members that have been, helpful to us. But this particular type of position, I think, should be prioritized. So I'm glad you have a grant, but I don't want you to be worried about that the grant may not happen. I think we need to just march forward on this one way or another. So does anybody have commentary on what I just said?
No, I agree with you on that in there. And as far as the hours goes, this would be like a 24-hour on-call position as well?
Correct. I would probably kind of switch off because technically I'm not on call. I don't receive on-call pay.
Okay.
But I am on call 24 hours. If I get a call and can respond, I'll respond and try to flex out time. But yeah, I always have work phone with me.
Yeah, that brings a good point, Mayor. Yeah, we need to put in the budget and start looking at that.
Thank you.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. Certainly, I appreciate Chief and Sergeant Rana and the explanations as well on this. So a little back history here. So this was a position that I proposed in the 11th hour of our budget season last year. And I appreciated council's support on moving forward with it, largely because it being in the 11th hour, and I know none of us like those changes there, but it wasn't something to commit to the budget. So that was the approach we used then. But I certainly concur with the comments by the mayor that going forward, we should go ahead and set that expectation for that department and that staff to know that beyond the grant, and I agree, we most likely will get it. And that's how we got the first victim services coordinator position, was it was grant funded and then rolled into a full-time position that the council supported with the budget. I think that would be a great approach. Why wait until, I guess, next year, what have you, once the grant would run out? To do that, I would be in favor of certainly moving this forward. It's something we even talked about when we were promoting and talking about the bond for the Public Safety Center as the increased victim services programs and resources, and that starts with the personnel. And certainly we only have one in that position right now. As she just stated, she's not paid for on-call, but she's on call. That's tough. I don't like hearing that personally. So we need to back it up with support as well. And so I completely concur with that, but I appreciate staff moving forward with the grant that we requested in last year's budget. And I'm happy to see that moving forward.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? All right, entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 10 through 15.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw that we approve consent agenda items number 10 through 15. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, next up, agenda item number 16, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 66.245 acres of land from ag to warehouse for property located at 24801 I-35 in Hays County. This was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission 6-0 and does have a public hearing. So, Mr. Koontz, if you want to give us the executive summary, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, my name is Howard Koontz. I'm the Community Development Director. As you stated, this is a request from Rick Coleman and his business interests to rezone some land that surrounds the former racetrack property. Excuse me for looking at my computer screen. What I'm going to do here is actually share my screen so you guys can get a look at this as well. There, you should be able to see what I'm looking at now. The highlighted property is here in yellow. I-35 is just to the west. There is some adjoining property associated with this that has already previously been rezoned to warehouse, which would be the racetrack property itself and the acreage that's in front of the racetrack property. This crosshatched area here is proposed to be added to that. So the entirety of this area would all be commonly zoned as warehouse. The applicant has indicated that he wanted a consistent zoning between multiple parcels that he operates and owns now for the sake of being able to attract business and industry to these parcels. So, excuse the train going by outside. Consistent with the comprehensive plan, this is a recommended zoning, and the P&Z at their meeting 2 weeks ago now voted unanimously to support the zoning, as does staff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koontz. This item does have a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Koontz or comments? Motions? My thoughts is that based on the location, warehouse is appropriate. I tend to agree with the Planning and Zoning Commission on this one.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 16.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilman Bradshaw. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 17, first reading. An ordinance that was passed 7-0. Any objection to it being finally passed?
Negative.
Thank you. No, seeing none? Is that what you were after, Howard?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Next up, agenda item number 17, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 14.08 acres of land from single-family R1 to Townhome District R1T for the property located at the north corner of Live Oak Street and St. Anthony's Drive in Hays County, Texas. This was 5-1 approved by Planning and Zoning. Does have a public hearing. Mr. Koontz, you want to take it off the top?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. as you stated earlier, this is a property that the City Council of Kyle has seen in the past. I have been in this role when this application was made by a different entity. This time it is for 14.1 acres, so the parcel in question has been highlighted in yellow, and it is to zone this to R1T. R1T only has one allowable land use, and that's for townhomes. And the City of Kyle defines a townhome as 4 or more dwelling units within the same structure. So these would be not triplexes, they would not be duplexes, they would be 4 or more units, single family style attached units in the same structure. The existing zoning, you can see Silverado neighborhood here adjacent, and then right next door, this is the subject property with the gold outline on the yellow zoning. The comprehensive plan recommends R1T here conditionally, and typically conditionally what we look at are things like water wastewater service and the existing transportation network nearby. There would be an expectation that the applicant would have to make the connection from, I believe this is called Montera or Montero Drive, this stub that was put in. This would be connected through the site and ultimately would connect with it just went out of my head. It's not Ranger Drive. It's in front of Greg Clark Park that separates Greg Clark from the post office. Anyway, my cursor is down there right now. Ultimately, this connection over here, Montera, would make its way through as these parcels in between develop and would create a 4-way intersection here at FM 150 West. So the recommendation from P&Z was 5-1 in favor of making this the higher density residential with 10 units to the acre, single family residential of R1T. Staff similarly supports that with the expectation that the applicant would know that there would be more than likely requirements made to the transportation network pursuant to our future transportation plan map that we've published for some time now, as well as necessary improvements to the wastewater service in this area as it travels to the right, to the east on this map over towards existing improvements that we've already made near Burleson Street. So if you have any questions, I can make myself available.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koontz. This item does have a public hearing, so let's go and do the public hearing first, then we'll have some commentary unless there are objections to that. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Councilmember Bradshaw.
Yeah, Howard, I had a few questions and comments as I was reading through the letters of opposition and some emails that I received. The main complaints that I got, you actually addressed them both, but I would like for you to elaborate. They were regarding the infrastructure and then also the traffic. And I actually drove through there a few times at various different times throughout the day. And really, I only noticed heavy traffic during school, going to and leaving of school hours. So can you elaborate a little bit on, you said that there would be transportation changes. What would that look like? Can you give an example?
I absolutely can. Hang on one second here. I'm going to share my screen again. What I've got in the staff report is a cutout. This is an excerpt from the City of Kyle's future transportation map. And what we have spelled out in amendment number 8 to our future transportation map was a connection from, yes, Greg Drive was the name that eluded me. And this is, well, it's listed there as San Felipe, but I think that's an error because I believe this stub that comes off of San Felipe actually is already named, it's already platted, and I believe it's either Montera or Montero, but I'll double check on that. But the expectation would be that there will be a connection from the Silverado neighborhood that would eventually go over and connect to FM 150 West. So the subject property is right here where my cursor is, as well as the pole of the flag lot comes down and nearly touches the street that's down here, the Live Oak Street. So as to traffic, I would expect that, yes, there would be quite a bit of traffic in this area at school time, as we've got a middle school over here on the west side of this map, and we've got an elementary school nearly in the center part of the map. Coincidentally, both of those schools should be within comfortable walking distance of the subject property as well. There is a crosswalk that has been added at Gregg Drive to get you from the west side to the east side of Gregg for the residences that are on this side. So I don't think necessarily it's a lock that additional traffic from this site would be a function of the school activities themselves. If you can get in your car and drive your child to school, then you could also conceivably walk them to school. It's, another reason why the staff found that conditionally we would be able to support this is because of the proximity to our downtown, to the school sites, to the post office, to the park, to the city's community pool, and some restaurants and retail that are on the west side of the downtown. As far as water and wastewater, we are aware that more than likely there are deficient conditions for the institution of the LUEs, the living unit equivalents, of what would be discharged into the line that's closest to the subject property. There have been updates that were made along Burleson Street that moved to the east and continue their way over towards the treatment plant on the east side of the city. So the expectation would be that improvements would be necessary for adequate public facilities prior to being able to get certificates of occupancy for the homes that are back here. That would be an impact that would be directly borne by the developer, because the requirement for the upgrading of those lines would be directly a function of the imposition of the new homes. So we would expect that there would be some means for the city to work out an agreement between our already existing impact fees and other fees that are associated with the development of the site, and the necessary system improvements that are required for wastewater. Additionally, the traffic improvements should be system improvements, not necessarily just those for the development as it shows up, and could end up being to the benefit of the homes that are already existing today. So the expectation that the new development is going to displace traffic into the existing neighborhoods is just as credible as saying that the existing neighborhoods would be discharged into the new property as well. So it'll be literally a two-way street.
Thank you.
Councilman Rizzo.
Howard, thank you. I'm looking forward to the improvement on that wastewater line. I know it's something that's sorely needed in that area, and for the developer to take that on, that's great. One of the things I wanted to look at is also the flood mitigation there. St. Anthony's has a little bit, the church there has a little bit of flood issues due to that property. There'll be some upgrades on the flood mitigation there as well, correct?
My expectation, both generally and specifically, is that stormwater improvement never occurs until such time that a property develops. That'll be consistent with this property. Their water, stormwater that they generate from the impervious surfaces will be required per any number of levels of law, environmental law, that they're not allowed to discharge that stormwater off of their property any faster than the pre-development rate. So because this site is completely green, there is no development on it. Everything that they build on this site will have to be detained. So it would be collected in a pond and then released at a slower rate than you would get in a post-development condition. So nothing that they're going to do is going to exacerbate any existing conditions.
That definitely will be an improvement for that area with the flooding that's occurring there right now. So to be able to capture that and release it slower is just a plus for everybody downstream from that development. So I'm really happy to see that. It's been a long time coming. So I know we got a couple of letters of opposition about traffic. I think you've addressed that. I know somebody asked about the wildlife. I don't think the wildlife is going to go away. I think they'll still be around. It's a lot of birds. I think just some small animals, but they tend to stick around. I promise you. If you ask some of the neighborhoods in the area, they still have those visitors. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rizzo. Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I got the same email as everybody else, and I think I look at this a little bit different way. The concern from the resident was between conversation with staff and the presentation at P&Z, it looks like the change was requested by the developer to recover his costs by increasing the housing density because the city's requirements of infrastructure improvements paid by the developer. This includes wastewater handling, surface water, runoff control, and additional internal streets and sidewalks. So essentially, the city requiring the developer to pay for these upgrades was the main driving issue for this zoning upgrade to R1T. So although I do agree that the developers agreeing to take it on in a way that doesn't increase the density is commendable, I don't think this is that situation. Additionally, I am in fear of the green being gone on that side, because if you look at the vicinity map, it looks like that's going to be it on that side. There might be one little space, but it's getting to be less and less. And the area that we're talking about is highly dense as it is. So I think something that's important is to make sure that when we are giving up this green space, it is for something that is more than just a need. It's something that everyone's going to accept and be willing to agree on. And I've been in that area, and I know the traffic is bad. So for that, I find it difficult to vote yes when there's less green. And then I feel maybe the developer is kind of tacking on those extra wastewater suggestions, or not suggestions, but requirements that we put on there by just increasing the density in that area.
I mean, I can speak to that a little bit. I'm not sure that I exactly appreciate the perspective of the objection. I do understand the theater in which they're speaking. The city of Kyle will not be able to permit the development of additional residential units on this property until we can assure the eventual inhabitants, the buyers, that there is adequate wastewater service. And it is our understanding right now that adding any number of new dwelling units over here, consistent with a density of either single family detached or single family attached, would be more than the system would be able to handle. So for that reason, we have told a lot of people this property has been marketed, and we've had a number of inquiries. Conservatively, I'd say 5 people have come to me in the past 3 or 4 years wanting to know what they could do with it. And we've told them of the challenges on the site and the requirement that the improvements will need to be made before we'd be able to let them move forward. So in full disclosure, I don't have the pro forma. I don't have the list of profit and losses of the developer that has come forward and is asking for this request. But I can imagine that the amount of money that would be required to install the improvements that are necessary would tack on an appreciable amount of money to every new home that they eventually market. They may very well price themselves out of the market because of the surcharges required to make the project work. They would probably be able to amortize those costs and make it a little bit more palatable to eventual buyers if they can spread that cost out over additional units. So the staff at the city of Kyle did not require them to increase density to make this work. They probably rightfully saw that the economies of scale were on their side if they just had more units and less of a surcharge per unit to make sure that they could recoup their development costs. Additionally, they talked with us about an increase in density. And in the past, and still today, the staff has been able to support the expectation that they would make this higher density because it is close to our downtown. It is close to areas that we are actively trying to work on and improve. There are existing amenities around. And were it not for the deficiencies of a wastewater system that was installed decades ago and probably never anticipated this much use, they would be able to get started probably earlier than we have today. So I understand some of the hesitancy for folks to be able to look out and see this pasture for decades and want it to not go away. But if you'll look at the existing zoning map today, the subject site is this gold boundary. And next to that are 2 additional lots that are also zoned for R1. This is 50-foot lots, 5,000 square feet apiece, and zoned for single family detached today. That also hasn't been built here because much for the same reason. It's a smaller piece of land. even if you were to assemble all three of these lots together, to be able to absorb the development costs of the infrastructure. Now, to the adjacent, to the north and to the northeast, Silverado is much larger. Yes, they had to install brand new wastewater service because that was a greenfield when they got there, but they were able to amortize those costs across all those lots, and the charge was probably more palatable to the buyers. This being a smaller piece of land, they're going to need to get more creative. They're also adjacent already to some existing R1T, which has not been built yet, but is zoned appropriately and has the zoning entitlement. And then we've got single-family attached units that front Live Oak and Cockerham and goes all the way down to FM 150 already. So this request for R1T is somewhat of a buffer in density between what you've got down here to the south, the high traffic TxDOT corridor to the west, and then what is honestly by any measure low density residential to the north and the northeast.
So what road would they be using to get in out of the neighborhood?
Right now, the expectation would be they have Montera here to the northeast, and we're working with them to get a connection from from the parcel onto Live Oak, which would daylight on the southeast.
So there's currently
eventually,
none?
there'll be a connection that will come through and eventually get to Porter over here where my cursor is, which would give them the option to go north on FM 150 from there. But I don't have a time frame for when that might be built.
Okay, so there's currently none, and then there's also not a time frame?
Well, there's so currently it would be the connection to this Montera here, which is on their northeast property line, and then additionally they have frontage along Live Oak, right here at the dogleg of St. Anthony's and Live Oak. So that's two places where they touch existing right of way today. So the development of this site will probably connect to those two places. The infrastructure, however, will be built with stubs to the southwest for that eventual connection of Montera as it goes through the site, headed towards Gregg Drive to the west. I don't have a schedule for when that connection to the southwest will be completed.
So right now you have it at San Felipe Drive right there. Is that a neighborhood that it's going to go into? Okay, and then the other one is going to be right there at that corner?
On the southeast corner, yes.
Yeah, St. Anthony's. So I don't know distance, but I do know there's not much room in there before that curve. So I don't know how safe that would be for people to come in and off of that road.
All right, anyone else have any questions or comments on this? Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. I second some of the comments that were made. I just want to thank our residents for reaching out to us, and certainly, even if it's in dissent of something that ultimately is improved, it is refreshing to get the emails and thoughts and comments of our citizenry. I too remember this, Howard. I was on planning and zoning when this first came through, and I did a vote to approve it as a recommendation as a commissioner at that time. I certainly understand the concerns of the traffic. That's a concern everywhere that we have a rezoning, particularly. We've had it with commercial rezoning too, not just residential. We had one, the area over on Dacey and BB. We had this discussion. We had it on 150. We had it a number of different areas. So I definitely understand that concern there. If certainly it's zoned R1, so it could be single family houses right now if the owner wanted to do that, right? There's nothing preventing them from moving forward with that, which would be the same ingress egress points there just before San Felipe and Live Oak. Am I incorrect in those statements, Howard?
No, it's zoning entitled today for single family detached, yes.
Right. So it would, whether it's townhomes or whether it's single family residential, it would still have those same concerns. So by right now, they could develop there and do that, and there wouldn't be anything to say about that. I do want to point out a couple of good points that were made, but I do just want to make some clarity as well on those points that were made to us. It sounds like to all of us. quick question for you, Mr. Sellers, as the city manager. Has there ever been an official policy for quote unquote pro-growth? Has there ever been an official city policy that
He's
the
outside,
city is
Councilman
promoting?
Ellison.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
He's coming back in.
So to my understanding, there hasn't been, right? People with property choose to sell it or develop it, on their accord. They have that property right to do that. And so the city responds to those requests by property owners or potential property owners that may want to buy a property as long as they get the rezoning. So we see that all the time. I also want to make a point too as well. So these would be townhomes. Certainly, there's a difference from apartments. Howard, you and I have talked about this before. You want to give a brief difference on the townhomes and apartments?
The easiest way for me to describe it is the difference between hotel and motel. Hotels basically are buildings where everybody enters through a common areaway. You go into a lobby, and then you enter your domicile for the evening from a common hallway. That would essentially be the same as multifamily. Motels, however, usually are where you park in the parking lot and you get out and you walk to a 1-story or maybe a 2-story, and you go from the outside spaces right into your space. You don't have to go through a common area to get to what it is that you own, or in the case of a motel rent. That would be single family attached. That would be a townhome. Townhomes are not stacked, meaning you will not have a separate dwelling unit above or below you. They're all the same level on a vertical standpoint. They do need to be attached. There needs to be 4 or more of them per unit. They can typically be multi-story. They can have interior parking, or they can have exterior on-site parking, or they can have a common parking lot where they wouldn't need to be in a structure. But generally, it's just the difference between how much of the common areas you share with your neighbors, or whether or not it's single family and yet attached.
Thank you, Howard. Certainly appreciate that explanation. I'll take one step further too and state that typically with townhomes, they're usually owned by the property owner, whereas opposed to an apartment, there are renters or lessees that pay the owner, and they bear the brunt of homeowners fees or utilities and different things like that. So that's another key difference there as well. And typically we'll have a yard, may not be very big, but a yard in the front and back as well. Sometimes also. So some key differences there in the ownership. I know a lot of people balk at us apartment dwellers, but certainly I understand ownership of a property gives the impression that there will be more care of it. Certainly it was brought up that, these could still be turned around and by the property owner and be rental properties, things like that. That could happen in single family subdivisions as well, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. The city of Kyle does not get into ownership arrangements. We're in the land use business and administration. So what we look at is choosing this as a land use. And, not to expand too much, but I had this conversation earlier with some folks here in City Hall. Kyle, much like the rest of the North American continent, has a desperate need to make up the missing middle. Kyle is very heavy on single family detached neighborhoods, and we are very heavy on multifamily apartment complexes, and yet there's nothing in between. Those are two ends of the residential spectrum, and we don't have anything that's in the middle from a land use standpoint or from an affordability standpoint. So Councilman Ellison is absolutely correct. We have made changes to our zoning code that makes the minimum lot width in the R1T 22 feet. The requirement to make that lot width that narrow is not so to increase density to the benefit of the development community. What it does is allow the partition walls between the dwelling units to go all the way to the ground and below, and you can purchase a townhome fee simple. You can own it and you can own the dirt underneath of it, not necessarily just owning condominium, meaning would be the interior of the spaces where the shell and the rest of the common areas would be a part of the condo and there would be a fee association. there is a way that you can make these fee simple ownership and close that missing middle.
Absolutely, Howard. And maybe that's just how long we've been working together. You took my next point right out of my mouth. So I appreciate that, brother. So we have talked about that since I was on planning and zoning as well. The need for diversified housing. We have two ends of the spectrum. It's apartments or single family dwelling units. And we have a diverse demographic of folks here, and everybody is at different stages of their life and moving up that home ownership and property ownership, which is the way to financial stability in our country and wealth. So property ownership. And so people move throughout progressions in life. And right now we just have your apartments, which a lot of people complain about how many we have of those. And then we have your single dwelling units. Where are those people that are at various stages of their life that may not be there for the home ownership there, but they do want more of the home. They want more of a home type feel, maybe starting on getting some equity in property and are past that apartment dwelling. We just don't have that here. And we've been talking about it, Howard, since you've been here and since I was on P&Z about the need for that diversity in housing. And I supported this back then. I'll support it now. And final point I'll make is, I've talked about this before, not so much recently, but I do largely believe in the smart growth philosophy, which one of the principles of that is your density is towards the center of your town. I know that is a point of frustration sometimes, particularly with our residents in the area. I totally understand it, totally understand the need, the desire for green space and parks. We are pumping a lot of money into our Central Park downtown. We are as well, the voters approved for an investment in our Greg Clark Park, which hopefully will get even more. So these are things that I think are taking all that in consideration. And once again, going back to my first point of what could happen on it right now without even the council even having a say in it. All those things would happen, but I think this is once again an appropriate measure. And I'm sorry to kind of belabor on that, but it once again, like I said, I saw this when I was a commissioner. I'm seeing it again now. I didn't think it was possible that it would come back. I certainly understand the liking having a empty vacant field next to you. It can be very pleasing on the eye and whatnot. But I think this would be the appropriate place for this particular type of zoning, and we've been really hammering for that for a while now, particularly. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Can I be quick? I'll be nice.
Well, I have thoughts too, but
Okay, go ahead.
so I was here also and around when the R1T was voted, and I'm going to keep my commentary very brief. Number one, I believe that, can we get that map back up? That map is fun to stare at.
I did that.
That's okay. That map speaks to me because I was here when the residents.
The zoning map or the?
That one. No, that one right there. It speaks to me for a lot of reasons. Number one is the residents who live in Silverado didn't want to do that connection because they felt like that would invite the people who were moving in to this proposed lot to go into their subdivision, when the reality is that the opposite, I believe, is very much more the reality. Silverado will benefit from this connection to Live Oak Street and St. Anthony's Drive more so than they will be put aside or put off by people in the townhome subdivision for some reason wanting to drive up into Silverado, although there are no real connection reasons for them to do so. So I certainly would consider this a fair trade between the two subdivisions. Number two's infill in downtown is always going to be a yes for me because that's, as Councilmember Ellison pointed out, infill in vacant lots downtown is a primary tenet for revitalizing downtown and upgrading those old pipes, clay pipes, and various other challenges. Redevelopment interior means we don't have to build any new roads. Instead, we can upgrade existing roads that certainly need it. And number three is that it's not green space. It is not green space. It is a vacant lot. It just so happens that the people on the other vacant lot got there first. They don't own this lot. It's not a wildlife preserve. It's not conservation. It is has just as much of a right to develop as Silverado had to develop when they came in and chose to build there first. And frankly, our standards have improved since then. So my expectation is that this R1T would be built to a higher standard than Silverado would be. So I don't know that they would be able to make the case of reduced or diminished property values at all. And then finally, that the particular lot that we're talking about here has got flooding and vagrancy issues with people camping out back there and doing all kinds of other things. And that's what happens when in the middle of a city, you have lots that are not developed on, that are ready to be developed, but for some reason they get stymied in the development process and just sit there fallow, when certainly the market conditions are right for the property to be developed. So I'm certainly, for all of those reasons, more than happy to what I consider to be righting a wrong, which is to vote for R1T and allowing for this project to go ahead and build out. It's small. You can't put residential detached like a traditional neighborhood development in there because of its size. R1T is the perfect land use for that particular site as far as I am concerned, in my opinion. And eventually, when the rest of the properties develop and the connection is made straight out to Porter and to Rebel, not only will the Silverado residents benefit by getting to Live Oak Street, they will be using that connection all the time, not the other way around. So anyways, I feel strongly, but those are my thoughts. Councilmember Florescale.
All right, I wanted to say thanks to Dex. He has a lot of wisdom, not just on council, but also knowing he was on P&Z. He always makes things a little bit more clear. And even though I'm not in a total agreement with this, mostly because I don't want to see developers change zoning in order to increase density in order to make up for cost. That for me is a little bit troublesome. But the way Mr. Ellison described it makes it a little bit easier to vote yes. And so I appreciate that. And I wanted to say thank you to Dex, I guess, for explaining that in a way that not just me, but if I have these questions, I know there's other people out there that have the same questions and concerns. And so thank you, Dex.
All right, any other discussion, questions, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve R1T on the proposed zoning. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We will have to bring this back for second reading. All right. Next up, agenda item number 18, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning to the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 12.9 acres of land from Ag to MXD for the property located on the northeast corner of Philomena Drive and Bunton Creek Road. This item has a public hearing, was recommended for approval by the P&Z by a vote of 6-0. Mr. Koontz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on your screen now is the nearly 13-acre parcel that is requested to be rezoned. Currently, it is Ag. The request is to make this MXD. MXD is our mixed-use district. This is our highly urbanized district that the City of Kyle enabled about 2 or 3 years ago. To the northeast is Seton Hospital. This lot is located within our future land use map terms, the super regional node. This is the highest activity district that the City of Kyle has. The center of this district is the intersection of 1626 and I-35. This is southeast of that intersection by about maybe half or 3/4 of a mile. Here's the breadbasket. You can see these are labeled Bunton Creek and Daisy. I'm going to move the map a little bit and look at the existing zoning. So we've got a large undeveloped tract here. This is the hospital site, zoned hospital services. There's some additional RS commercial here. And this is a naturally occurring construction manufacturing district that goes up and down the southwest side of the Bunton Creek Road, and to a lesser extent on the other side of the road once you move to the southeast. The request was presented to P&Z about 2 weeks ago, and they at the time voted unanimously to support this zoning district. MXD is recommended in the super regional node. Staff recommends it. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended it, and we would like to see the council do the same. So I can make myself available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Koontz. This item does have a public hearing, so unless there are objections, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
I have kind of some concerns regarding the deed and the entities. This is an estate, and there are, 6 or 7 people. My concern is real because if we rezone this and another co-executor disagrees with what they want to do with this land, it would make me extremely nervous. So I had requested that page review, not the application, but just review the information to make sure that we have the right people signing and requesting, because eventually they're going to be probably building or leasing on it. So before we head that way, I want to make sure the 7 deeds that are on file and the 6 to 7 different people, which include, I think, like 3 or 4 entities and a co-executor, that they're all like, that we know who is in charge or able to make these kind of decisions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Koontz? I think MXD is a perfect zoning, requires retail on the first floor of every structure, correct? Same as it has been, so a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Ellis.
Yes, thank you. So I'm a little torn on this one. Big fan of MXD. This is one of the additional zoning categories we added in the 2017 comp plan update. We haven't really seen it requested, so it brings me great joy that it's finally being requested. So there's the happiness I have about that. I'm not sure how much further we got on any discussions on particular structures that we talked about previously. And I don't know if we've really hammered that out from our last discussion. So that's where my consternation is on this item. Outside of that, I think there's a lot of potential for it going forward, but I guess I'd like some more clarity on that. I know this is the first reading, so that gives me the opportunity to get that between now and the second one, and so I'll definitely be pursuing that.
Scott, do you have any feedback on that question?
Mayor Council Scott Southers for the record. I haven't seen an updated plan. I know this is just zoning, so
Right.
I'm not.
Well, is it your anticipation that they're going to ask for more than zoning? Or are they still discussing deals with the city on the overall plan? So it'd probably be good before we are looking at this on second reading to get a better sense of what their overall ask is. I think that's essentially what Councilmember Ellison is saying. I agree with that.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-2. It'll come back for second reading. All right, next up, agenda item number 19. This item's been postponed a few times. An ordinance, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas to rezone approximately 19.5 acres of land from retail services RS to multifamily R33 for property located at 5492 Kyle Center Drive in Hays County, Texas. This item does have a public hearing. That hearing is still open. So if there are no objections, I'm going to bring it forward. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Travis, I'll pull you up in just 1 second, okay, if there's anyone else. All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close this item. Howard, you've presented this a few different times. Mr. Salvell, do you want to come forward and say you have something you want to speak on the item?
Thank you all very much for having me here in person. I've watched the meetings over the last four months, so nice to actually see everybody off the screen. My name is Travis Sawvell, and yeah, I'm here to represent the developer that's got this project under contract, which is CSW. If possible, I'd like to walk through a little bit of the history of this project since we have taken it under contract. And our initial goal when we took it under contract in June of 2019 was to put together a retail project. And we actually came in and immediately sat with the city as far as Diana Torres, your EDC, and walked through her visions were of the project, what they were hoping to snag as far as their tenants, their users, and try to collaborate with that with what we thought would go there as well. And our intent was to develop a 42-acre retail project. And at that time, we, with her collaboration, put together site plan and marketing packages that included 355,000 square feet of retail, which was the original vision of this when DDR built their first phase. There was supposed to be a phase 2, phase 3, and unfortunately 2 and 3 never got built. And then they started to unload their product throughout the country and have since sold phase 1 and now are trying to unload 2 and 3. Unfortunately, the way they're selling it, it has to be bought entirely. So you can't buy one without the other. So we were trying to solve for 40 acres of land. That being said, with our marketing with that 355 square feet of retail, we hit the gas running. We pushed on this, worked on this. We got all the way into November, December of 2019. And the market at the time started to tell us exactly what we had. We approached every entertainment user, every big box user, anybody that can go and fill that large tract of land of retail, which in 2008, that was potentially achievable. Things have changed since then. Into 2019, we started to realize every retailer that we threw incentives at, even with those incentives, they were not getting through committees on that side of the project on 35. And so they were all getting their committee approvals over on 1626. And so that then started to get into January, February 2020, and we're realizing we now have a little bit of a problem because we have to, again, buy the entire 40 acres, and it's a pretty big challenge to go buy all 40 acres and make sense of a deal like that when you don't have 19 and a half acres solved for. And so we got into the summer of 2020, and with inbound calls coming from multifamily groups, it became apparent that if there's a way for us to move forward and close and go build what we wanted to build, we were going to have to solve that problem. So I'm here today to, yes, on that 19 and a half acres that's over on I-35, I'm trying to solve a problem. I'm not a multifamily developer. We do retail, and that's purely what we do. And we are now trying to deliver 155,000 square feet of retail over on 1626. And it's a retail project that is not a cookie cutter project. It's been a collaboration with a lot of people in this room that has shaped into a very unique product that we're very proud of and excited about, but I think also sets a tone for, I know there's a plan for Marketplace and the corridor from Marketplace Avenue. With some of the renderings we'll go through, I think it sets the tone for that vision, what you guys want to continue to see go north and connect up through the north, and I get it, and I think that's a great plan. And I think this sets that tone. And just so you know, we're very protective about what we wanted to do on that 1626 side. We, over the last 2 years, prior to us even having these conversations about multifamily, we've been receiving proposals, LOIs, inquiries from groups that don't necessarily, they fit in retail. We had a different vision for this project. We were protective of it. What we're trying to create is a little bit more unique. And so the fuels, the C-stores, the medical office buildings that were approaching us and paying very good numbers that makes it very enticing to move forward with something like that. again, didn't fit the picture. And so that was why when we started kind of talking with Scott and with your team around here, it was, okay, how do we solve for this? And it turned into a conversation about the development agreement. And over the last 9 months, with that development agreement, we have shaped a lot of things on that project. And yes, multifamily was one of them, which is not my forte. So what was getting shaped from that, I'm listening, I'm relaying to the group that has it under contract. And what that shaped into was a 4- and 3-story urban product that is pushed up on the perimeter streets that are on that 19.5 acres on the south side. They have then hidden the parking on the interior of that project. They have put the work, live, play units on the bottom floor of Marketplace Avenue, and a lot of things that were not their idea, but was information we were getting from the city and trying to incorporate that into that agreement. And that's on the multifamily side of it. Now on the retail side of it, our original vision was go and build big box traditional pads, but more of the junior and big box groups. And so as we were listening to what the city was looking for, which was demand for restaurants, sit-down restaurants, a little bit more of uniqueness, cut down on that big box, which entailed us removing a lot of it. We've created a green zone. We call it a courtyard, which has now been kind of our entertainment district. And also through that agreement, we've agreed to put up charging stations throughout the project as well. And ultimately, we're dedicating about 3.5 acres to the city for, my understanding, it's going to be parkland. And with that being said, Scott, do you have access to some of these things that we can kind of just walk through briefly?
Which one would you like, sir?
If you could pull up the multifamily marketplace.
The rendering?
The rendering, please, yes.
Okay.
So this was multiple iterations to get to this point. Walking back a little bit, like I said, there was big direction to try to go vertical. And so this is 4-story product here on Marketplace Avenue. Again, that urban product, which is pushing it up to about 15, 20 feet up to the streets. They've created additional parkland. They're also going to have their charging stations on here as well. And so this is included in our marketing packages. If you don't mind, if you can go to the conceptual for the retail.
Sure. This one?
Yeah, and just go down one to the site plan if you don't mind. So this has been the revamped, updated version from our collaboration with the city. Originally, we did not have we had rows of pads on 1626. That middle part, which has a cluster, that was going to be more junior anchor space. With our conversations with the city, it was, we want more entertainment, we want more sit-down restaurants. And so what we have here is our courtyard is in the center there. That's going to be our we call our entertainment district. We have another rendering of what that courtyard looks like, again, with more guidance from the city that will now include a water feature. And it's going to be a little bit enlarged, and we're still working through some of the architectures of it, and all guidance from the city. But our intention is to 100% build that. That's part of our first phase of this project. So with these renderings, and scoot down real quick, we'll just go through a little bit of what the retail will look like. These renderings, this is from Marketplace Avenue in 1626, looking into the project. Please continue to just kind of slide down. This is the curb cut coming in off of 1626. With these two multi-tenant buildings, just so you're sure to understand, these have been almost fully leased with Chipotle, with other service type tenants that are restaurant users, but they do not go into freestanding concepts. So they hit the small shops. If you scroll down a little bit more, this is the courtyard. Again, this was the early stages of the courtyard. We've got a little bit different version of this, which will encumber some of the water features we're talking about. Same thing, courtyard here as well. And it's continued. And I think that's about the gist. But that's the architecture, that's the look. All of this has been incorporated into a development agreement. So that is our intent. We have to go build that, and we're going to go build that. Because of these renderings, thank you, Scott. This is the courtyard. Obviously a little bit not as clean of a rendering, but this is multiple iterations of this, and this was kind of last minute trying to get this in, but we can tighten this up a little bit, but that was kind of what our gist was. So that entertainment district, those restaurant users, they're going to be able to cluster around that, use the outside seating. That's been a big thing for these after COVID, for being able to have outside seating and accommodate these things. And so because of these renderings that I've just shown you here, all of this is incorporated in our marketing package. It has been a game changer for what we are getting as far as interest coming in. With COVID, a lot of people kind of dropped off. Restaurant groups got put on hold. They are starting to get a little bit more active. We wish the entertainment guys were a little bit more active, but through this, we are now getting our interest from the groups such as Ulta, such as TJ, Home Goods. They are in that back portion of that project. We've got great interest from the sit-down restaurant groups that are wanting to be around that cluster. And then also, again, the likes of Chipotle that are now chasing this project, and they're coming to us. And so it's been a yin and yang. It has been a combination of everything that has, with the 450 units of the multifamily urban 4-story product that is walkable to this, has now made that layout very, very achievable. And we're excited where we are with it because we're making tremendous traction since of all of this. Now, I understand that there's been times in the past where these things have come out and it has been promised we will go deliver retail and it doesn't get delivered. And I understand that fear. And that information, that kind of wordage language is in our development agreement. We have to hit certain increments and in order for that rezoning to actually still be achieved. Also with that, we have 5 to 6 leases that are signed with some of those groups that I just mentioned. If we don't deliver by a certain amount of time, then we are reimbursing somewhere in the tune of $250,000. So I get there's a fear of it. We have a fear of it too, of it not getting delivered. That's a lot of money that has to go out and reimburse on deals that if we don't hit our timelines, which our timelines are very, very tight. We've already sat down with the city for some pre-development meetings, so we are getting that between we can start construction, closing on the land, starting construction, and start delivering to these guys. And that's what is inside of those leases for our outside dates. So that said, also, CSW is a development company for retail only. We've been doing this for about 20 years. I would employ you to reach out to the city of Georgetown. We have a very good working relationship with them. We had a project that is of similar size, 40 acres or so, somewhat similar to this, but the layout is not traditional. There's not a big box lineups per se. There's pads, there's multi-tenant buildings, and the reason I bring it up is we weren't going into the city and saying, hey, we need a rezoning, we need these other items in order to make this happen. It was kind of what we did with Diana on the front end, under contract. Let's go get with the city. Let's hear what they want to say. We want to deliver what they want to see, and so do we. We want to be proud about what we deliver. And so I would ask the renderings that I showed you here, the site plan I showed you here, we have identical plans and renderings that we use for Georgetown, and that property is on the ground delivered today. And that's just how we handle our business. We don't want to come in and shove down your throat. This is what needs to be here. Here's how it works. It is how do we get together and work together on it. And so that was something that's happening from the very beginning, June of 2019. Something else I would like to just kind of touch on is if we are on a time frame, and a time frame with the underlying contract with DDR. And we're at a point where we have worked on this thing for 2 years. In order for this to work, for us to be able to close on and deliver the retail buildings that we were wanting to do, the zoning has to go through, because we can't go close on 40 acres of land where we don't have half of it solved for. And if we can't get the zoning and that's solved for, then we can't close on it. The hard work that went into this DA that we have been working on for over 9 months, Scott is tired of hearing from me. I could feel it in his voice every time he talks to me, but he does listen. I appreciate it. But everything that we put in that DA, the collaboration from everybody in this room, that partnership, that's going to go away. I mean, we're here to partner with you to deliver that DA. So the courtyard that goes in there, the charging stations that we want to put around there, that restaurant cluster, the donation of the land, unfortunately, that's a development agreement with us. And if we're not here, we're not able to uphold it. And I guess in closing, I would say that we have appreciated the collaboration, the partnership here. We've developed in Kyle before. We had a great relationship with you then. We see other plans for this market as well. We love the idea of what you're talking about, what you're trying to deliver on Marketplace Avenue, that cut through to the north. That's achievable. Is it achievable today? No, there's some pieces that got to get put together, but we like where you're heading with that. There's some other areas of town on that we want to tackle, and working on that, working on this is how we operate. And given the chance to do not only on this, but future projects, you can expect the exact same behavior from us. We want to work with you. We want to deliver something you're proud of. Believe it or not, we have an ego as well. We want to deliver something that we can be proud of as well. And I'm happy to answer questions. Anything else you need from me?
Thank you, Travis.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any feedback? I have a little bit. Councilor Bradshaw.
Okay, so I have a few questions. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this, if this, then that situation. So my understanding is that you don't own the land that you are currently trying to get the rezoning for. Is that correct? Or you do own the land?
We have control of the land. We have it under contract.
Okay.
Current underlying owner is DDR.
Okay.
They have owned that land. They have developed what is there. So what you see on the ground, what you see on I-35, as far as those pads that block that visibility from over there, that was with the previous owner, the current owner. So we do have it under contract with them.
Okay, so you're responsible for developing it and then selling it off so that you have the profit to initiate the retail development that you just showed to us? Is that correct?
What that does is it does not give us a profit. It mitigates our costs on the overall project, which is something I can't discuss here. It does not get us to that price. It's substantially lower, but it solves the problem of what do we do with 19 and a half acres. That's a very big thing to have to solve for, to make the numbers work.
You're referring to the plot of land that you're asking for the rezoning on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Several thoughts. So number one is that certainly the council's been kind of there with you over the course of this last 9 months. You and I have had several conversations. I know you've had conversations with others on this dais, worked with staff. We've discussed it in executive session pretty much the entirety of this year, it seems like, continuing to postpone. The reason that we continue to postpone is because we're trying to get the developer agreements to line up with our expectations, and that process has just taken a long time because we have fear about the retail not working out correctly, but at the same time, we're being asked to swallow a horse pill in order to get that Chipotle that you've thrown out. We have to swallow a horse pill, and that horse pill is taking prime retail land that we've never thought should be multifamily. It's never been in that direction, and have considered letting it go for the sake of the pitch that you have made, the type of project you're trying to bring. I wish very much, that in order to get the carrot, you weren't, in order for us to all have a great retail project that we want to see the project. Not everyone's excited about everything in your retail project, but I think enough of us are excited about the retail project to feel like this is good for the city. But what we're being told is that in order for that project to go on, to proceed, we have to allow for this multifamily to go in behind the target. And honestly, I think that's something that we've probably been on the fence about. Not everybody on the dais has always even been in agreement about whether or not that should happen. But as these market conditions have changed, I think we've just all kind of been made aware that R33 is not highest and best use there. And while the argument has been made that that DRR sold us out, and so now all that can be made out of the projects behind the target and behind the car wash and all that is multifamily, and that's all that it's ever good for. I don't think we can get there to share that. I know that's in your interest for us to believe that, but we're seeing so much retail interest right now. And they've been holding out on that place for 13, 14 years trying to see it be developed retail. The challenge is for us to say we're going to give up all that space when it's really not even the multifamily we asked for. And we certainly very much asked for mixed use early on in this project, saying that's something we could probably get everybody behind on. And we just voted in mixed use on a similar plot of land on the other side of the freeway. So the idea that it can't be mixed use is also a challenge for us, because we're just seeing more and more that mixed use is a possibility. It's happening in Buda. It's happening all over the place in San Marcos. So I think we're probably about done with R33. But if that doesn't kill you, there are opportunities for us to still incentivize the retail. One of the options might be pulling the TERS down and looking at TERS funds to help incentivize your project. We have lots of restaurant deals that we've been looking to help incentivize restaurant groups. There's probably no limit to what we wouldn't do in order to get the right kind of retail in restaurants, which I know you're trying to bring, but you're asking us to trade off so much multifamily for it. And I think just probably here recently, as we've been considering that maybe there are actually still some good uses back there behind Target, once we make the decision, we're making the decision for all future uses to say that this was highest and best use. And I'm not sure that that's in our best interest to do so. So I don't know if you have any feedback to that, or if anybody wants to add anything else onto that. But as it relates to right now, with where we are in the project, I'm for myself at least, speaking for myself, I think I'm probably losing the desire to turn that to multifamily. So does anybody else have any additional thoughts, or do you have any kind of response to what I just said?
I guess my response would be, what do you envision the retail being there? Because with our process of the 2 years of pushing, knowing that was our challenge problem over there, and incentivizing those groups who go over there. And 2 years of that, the feedback has been, we cannot get these approved through committee, and we have to be on the 1626 side, which is not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, I'd love the retail to be over there. This would be a much simpler process.
I don't know what you mean can't get approved through committee, sorry.
Well, the feedback, which is unfortunate, is the existing buffer that is there on 35. And these aren't bad uses, but they are deterrent from national users that are looking for visibility and not to be blocked with this buffer. And again, these are not bad uses. They're deterrents from feedback that I'm getting from national users, which have now shifted to the 1626 side. When you mentioned them, I mean, it's Chicken Express, it's a car wash, it's a 2-story medical office building, it's a Kyle ER, and now there's a gas station and a Caliber Collision, and those aren't bad uses. they're being delivered in reverse. If you're trying to land people behind that want to be on I-35, they're now kind of being blocked by not the Class A type of users that are now getting delivered, if we were able to do this, on the 1626 side. And so that is why national committees, TJ, Home Goods, Five Below, Grocers, Ulta, I mean, we pitched as much as we could to get them over there because I wanted to go down the path of least resistance. And then we got settled with the problem of they're not going there. We can't incentivize them there. I understand there's incentives for restaurants, sit-down restaurants. None of that, unfortunately, made a dent with those conversations. And I'd love to hear, I mean, if you think that's highest and best use for that side of the project, what users do you think go there? Because even before COVID, the marketing was geared towards those users, those junior users. And then we shifted. And I know there's incentives from the city for entertainment users, outdoor, golf, and we pitched every single one of those. And that was pre-COVID. And so, again, it's a problem we kind of started to see there, and then when COVID hit, it was a major problem. And at that point, we've just got a lot of money in this thing that we have pursued and spent, and now spent not only legally with our tenants that we have signed leases with, but also legal with going through this process with the development agreement. And I was never led under the impression that that would be an easy process. And I look at that development agreement, and there's a lot of give and take, and we try to accommodate in as much as we could on both sides. You know, I truly believe that, and I felt that.
Well, I think if we had it buttoned up a month ago, it might have happened. The problem is just that you said pre-COVID, and I think we're probably realizing that pre-COVID and post-COVID are a little different for the city of Kyle than perhaps other places. Right now, I think that we're seeing a surge of interest in our city across the board in every category. Our land has never been more valuable in the city of Kyle. That's generally the mentality that we're currently under, and we understand that restaurants are on the back end of that. So if we jump and give the lowest use, the ones that are ready to go right now, are we doing what's right for our community? I think that's just the question. We're going to have to just take a vote on it at this point. I'm not sure that we need to keep that there's a whole lot of reasons. There's been reasons to postpone because we've been trying to drive towards resolution, but I'm not sure that we're there anymore. I'm going to turn the floor over now to see if there's anyone else who wants to add any commentary onto this.
If I may say one more thing.
Sure.
If this isn't the solution, are there any alternatives that we can explore? I mean, I put a lot of time in this. I care about this company, this city. I'd love to hear more explanation, or more explanation, but more brainstorming on how do we keep doing this. Again, I'm on a tight time frame. I've poured a lot of heart and soul into this. I know a lot of people have in this room too, and I recognize that and I appreciate it. So I'd also, I guess my ask would be any other alternatives that we can talk about and brainstorm on. Because I want to deliver this. And I don't want to deliver multifamily. I want to deliver retail.
I know you do. I think we all do believe that. We believe that you do. But you're telling us we have to give multifamily because you have 2 plots of land under contract. You're speculating on 2 plots of land. You want to do retail, but we have to give up retail in order to get your retail. That's the problem. But Councilor Ellison.
Yeah, I concur. And so I'll go ahead and say my piece on this. So I know, and maybe the committee he mentioned earlier was the Planning and Zoning Commission. I know they were not too favorable on this item. I think they even voted it down, if I'm not mistaken. Now, they may not have known about the retail development options, but still, the council knows I haven't spoken up too much on the discussions on this because I wasn't in favor of it. And My staff knows this as well. I've asked for mixed use development on that. If there was going to be multifamily, so retail and services on that first floor and vertical mixed use. That's what I've been in favor of. So if you're standing here before us, stating, what direction we want, I agree with the mayor. That was the initial direction, was that we want to see mixed use, and that's what I would be in favor of. And I think planning and zoning might have been in favor of that as well and been supportive of that. So I can hear your concern and desire to make this project come to fruition. If you're asking for another postponement, perhaps the council would be amenable to that, but I was going to reject what was going to happen anyway, to be honest. And so that's just my thoughts on it, my feedback. That's what I wanted to see in the first place. And I'm pretty sure that's what staff's direction was, and then probably relayed to your parties.
Additional thoughts, feedback? Mayor Pro Tem?
Travis, we spoke on the phone quite a while back ago. I made my concerns clear to you, I think, back then. It's the same thing that we've been repeating over and over again up here, that while I love the project that you are proposing on 1626, I can't trade future retail service space for R33. We only have so much of it in this area. If you're telling me that the time's not right now, then that says to me that we need to be patient and that there will come a time when the time is correct. And we are about to enter a boom in this area. And so I know that you're on a deadline, and I know that you have a time crunch. And while I want your retail development on 1626, Chipotle isn't going to be enough to get me over the edge on that. I think we've made that mistake in the past, where we've traded good retail service space for R33 and regretted it. So I don't want us to make the same mistake again, and so I will not be supporting that. And I haven't supported it since the beginning. I watched you guys work through a development agreement to try to get there, and I think you've done a very good job convincing various members and staff members that this might be the way to go, because they're trying to negotiate to a yes, but it's always been a no for me. And I just have to be honest about that, because if we can't find a better use than R33 for that space, then I believe we need to wait.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
I guess I'm confused how we got this far. As a city and as a developer, I feel like this has been postponed, and I'm not really sure how we went along and agreed. And I mean, I'm going to be honest, I was never going to want apartments in this area. But my concern is we do want retail. And I like the fact that you're willing to say, okay, what else can we do? But with that said, that's the question for you. If you want to make this retail happen, is there something else that we can work with you to try to do that with? Because it seems like right now we are at a standstill with the apartments. So thinking outside the box, which is what I really like to do, because I'd really like to get that retail over here. What can we do? Minus the apartments, what else can we do to try to get this retail?
On 1626?
That's a great question. Is that ultimately it?
Unfortunately, with the underlying contract, DDR understands what their challenges are, which are, quite frankly, the same challenges I have. 1626 makes sense. That's an easy one to transact on. They know that they have an issue over on 35, and so they have tethered that contract to both or nothing. So, and you ask how we got to this point, I was under the impression we were getting feedback. I didn't have names who I was getting feedback from, but I was getting feedback. And what was shown to you was not something I put it together. It was what we were thinking we were making traction on and getting feedback on, and had hopes that the agreement had gotten to an agreed to state. And so, yeah, I'm disheartened to hear that 9 months of thinking that we were going back and forth and teaming and collaborating, to hear today that we are actually very far apart. And that's pretty frustrating. And I'm sure it's frustrating for the people that worked on the agreement as well. The path forward is somehow that side has to get solved for, and I don't have an answer for it. I wish I did. I've already gone down that road. We wouldn't be in this room. For me to go build that 1626 side project, then that side has to be purchased in some way. It has to be solved for in some way, and it's just not there. And I get it.
That's pretty sorry of DRR to do that, by the way.
Huh?
They're holding up good retail in order to offload a bad site. So
They're holding up a good retail. And again, just so you know, that we're here to work with you to get you that retail. That doesn't get delivered. Say, hey, this is what we want to go build. That was feedback coming from you all, and we wanted to uphold it.
To be clear,
I don't know if it'll be upheld.
The negotiations between your company and the city of Kyle have been in good faith since the beginning.
Sure.
I understand that you should never have been under the impression that you necessarily had unanimous support, because you got blown up at P&Z over this issue. But our discussions have always been in good faith, and we've always been trying to get to yes. And it felt like there was a path, but the time has come where we didn't make it at the end of the day. And I do apologize. I know it's frustrating, but the negotiations have always been. They've always been in good faith. They've been transparent and honest with you about our feedback on the whole project. We've tried to get there, and I do apologize. And there is still meat on the bone for your retail project to find other pathways to help you capitalize, to help you make your deal strong. We want to see that part of the agreement move forward, understanding, obviously, that the underlying financials maybe have changed because of the way you were trying to lever the R33 site to help you with this site. So obviously we may start back from zero, but I would hope that you continue to engage the city if it is your desire to develop that retail, because we do want to help you. That's the one thing you heard from the unanimous.
Absolutely.
The thing you heard that where we don't like is the R33. We do like the retail. So
if you're telling me there's a way to continue with this, and
well, I don't know, because you're in some weird contract with DRR. I can't do anything with you on that. But what I'm saying is, on the retail side, you got the makings of a great project that the city of Kyle wants to see happen. And we stand here ready to work with you on that project, in pretty much in any way, I think, to help make it come to life. We want to see that happen too. It's just it's been a horse pill trying to swallow the R33, and ultimately we just can't get it down, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry you've gone through these last 9 months the way that you have. I wanted to see this project get delivered as well, because I wanted to see that retail. I still do. Anyway, is there anything else we need to add, or that anybody wants to add on top of this? Councilmember Bradshaw.
First, Councilmember Flores-Kell, were you finished? Okay. I do want to say you guys have been amazing to work with for just the back and forth negotiations on the DA. And I think that says a lot about who you are. And I have to disagree with Mayor Pro Tem. I would give my left kidney for a Chipotle here in Kyle. So I would love to do whatever we can to come up with a win-win and see that retail happen. I'm not exactly sure what that would look like for the 19 acres that you initially asked for the rezoning on. Whether that's finding some other sort of suitable development on there, or entertaining the idea of mixed use again. I'm not really sure, but I would really like to work with you and figure out what we can do to make it happen.
well, I am here. I'd love to figure it out.
I'm sorry, have you spoken with Diana recently?
I would say it's been a few months, and no other reason other than it's been tunnel vision on the DA and
Right.
tunnel vision on this.
Well-
So I'm happy to reach out back to her, and if there's something else out there that I'm missing, then
Yeah, I think it might be worthy to just maybe set up a meeting or see if there's something that we can all put our heads together on and figure out a solution for this.
okay.
Other comments or motions? Councilor Ellison.
Yeah, I think the conversation has been fine, and I certainly appreciate the comments, particularly now understanding a little bit better how my colleagues feel about this. For me, certainly retail, the restaurants, that's what we want to see. I think you got the point. The only way I was willing to swallow multifamily was to get it in mixed use. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Clearly, the city of Kyle is looking for retail and restaurant pad sites. So that is my desire, and to see that any and everywhere in that area.
You want to make a motion, Councilor Ellison?
The only motion I'd be willing to make or support would be to postpone. If that's the council's desire and the applicant would like another couple of weeks or so, what have you, to move forward. So certainly I'll make the motion to postpone the item.
Okay.
Until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
All right, there's a motion to postpone. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilor Bradshaw to postpone to the next regular agenda item. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, just to develop real quick, are you okay with the postponement? Is that a direction you would mind going in? Or
So you're telling me I'm not dead right now if I go to the, yes, I'm good. I'll go to the postponement.
Okay.
Please forgive me for my inexperience being in the situation. How can I set up a meeting with you all to talk and brainstorm through this more?
Can't. Gotta go through staff or less than a quorum.
Okay.
1 to 3 of us.
Okay.
So maybe based on all the feedback, you can reach out. You can reach out to anyone you want. We can all talk to you. But as far as
Sorry.
You can pick and choose who you want on the meeting.
Got a lot of fans up there.
The only thing.
It's better than others. So my feedback would be not to postpone because we postponed so much. The 3 nays were based on no multifamily, and the request is multifamily. I would prefer to give Mr. Salvell that feedback now. If it's for sure not going to be multifamily, you can continue to vote, continue to engage and talk about retail or mixed use starting tomorrow. We just go ahead and put multifamily off the table if that is indeed what our desire is. We can bring it back and do this again in a few more weeks. It's fun.
Well,
we do it. It's like I'm getting comfortable with it. Every meeting we have but.
If I would like to do that if possible, because again, I'm not a multifamily developer. I looked at when the question was asked to me, does mixed use work here on the bottom floor of Marketplace Avenue? Is it a standalone? Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, whatever that retail is going to be competing with 155,000 square feet out-positioned good retail. And so if there is a way to brainstorm on being creative, brainstorming on that first floor, that can it transition into a retail at some point, with a timeline of some point where it's a little bit more mature? Because I do agree with you on Marketplace Corridor, and I don't know the timing. You got some connectability that you really got to solve for. At some point, yeah, that's going to be a really, really great corridor. It's going to be a major feature for Kyle.
Well, but the thing is, that's mixed use, and I think you should definitely get some of those. You've heard the feedback from that. If you can turn them, you're going to sway this thing, and go get that feedback on mixed use. I'm just saying that as it relates to R33, I've already closed the public hearing. We've been holding it open for a long time. unless somebody is still open to R33, we should, my opinion as mayor is that for the sake of Mr. Salvell and for us having clarity, is that we go ahead and give him that feedback on the R33 but if we want to keep it open, let's keep it open. That's fine, but that's my feedback. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Councilmember Ellison.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yes, so I certainly understand your point, Mayor, and I guess I mostly agree with it. So I'm not in favor of R33 there at all.
Right.
So if that's the
that's the motion I was hoping you were going to make.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I've said that pretty much from the beginning. 9 months ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago. So that's where I've been. Whatever perhaps is the best approach from here. Certainly, I'm open to suggestions or what staff might have or what better approach to go there. I'll leave that open. I just trying to find a compromise forward in order to continue discussion, and so the gentleman can have an opportunity to try and get his project across the finish line and to a point where we are getting what we are asking for and not having to swallow that horse pill, as you said. So that's where I'm at on that.
Do you want to restate the motion?
Well, before that, can I ask a quick question? Is there any business reason that we should keep this open? So I work for a real estate attorney, and we do developments all the time, and so I don't know if that's going to affect you. Like, is this? We are clearly not going to vote yes on this, but to keep it open and to hear it next week, would there be any like business reason to do that, or are you okay with it? If we just,
I'm okay with it. I mean, I have to go get some extra time from my underlying seller, which I have to make that decision in the next day or two. But yes.
I really don't see any harm in just waiting. I mean, as long as he's aware that we are not going to probably plan on this. There's more to it than just what we see right here. I understand there's business aspects as well. So as long as you're okay knowing that this is not going to go through and you want to go back and talk, and then we can come back neck time and say no, then I'm
Why
okay
would
with
you do
that.
that?
I'm just saying. There's a lot more to it than meets the eye. It's not just so cut and dry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the motion to postpone? Do we want to vote on it? I lost Councilmember Ellison off the screen. Well, I'll vote my conscience on that one. So, the motion to postpone. All right. I've lost Dex, so I need to see his vote.
Just yell up to him.
Is he coming down? Is he going to come take his seat? Ah.
All right, just step away.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to do roll call vote on the motion to postpone. Well, I don't know. We keep going back and forth, so I'm just going to call a vote. So the motion's to vote to postpone. Aye. Postpones. Nay. Keeps it on the table. Meaning we would have to vote up or down.
Ellison? Ellison?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Nay.
Coach?
Nay.
Rizzo?
Nay.
Flores Kill?
Aye.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
Tobias?
Nay. All right, motion to postpone fails 4-3. I'd like to make a motion to deny R33 zoning.
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Any discussion on the motion?
I do have a question for Howard real quick. Is he available? Scott.
He should be.
Scott, you can probably answer this question.
What you got?
What are the rules for changing a zoning type if the applicant didn't want to, wanted to change it to MXD or something like that before we vote on this?
It would just be a new application.
Just a brand new application, just to just do that no matter what?
12 months to apply for R33. They have to wait, but they could bring
for the
MXD
same
up.
zoning, right?
But they
Different zone. Go ahead and apply right now, and then goes through the process.
Okay.
Or they can withdraw their application too.
Yeah. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item number 20, Third Amendment. So 20 and 21 are related items, correct, Scott? All right, so do you want me to bring them up at the same time?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring item number 20 and 21 up at the same time. Item number 20 is Third Amendment to the Development Agreement between the City of Kyle, Texas and Clayton Properties Group, DBA Braun Homes, and an amendment to the Development Agreement between the City of Kyle and Clayton Properties Group, Incorporated, DBA Braun Homes, as well as the second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 29.8 acres of land from ag to single-family R13 for property located southeast of Lehman Road and south of Lehman High School in Hays County. Planning and zoning voted 5-1 to approve. It was voted 6-1 on first reading to approve, and as we just learned, has been postponed considerable amount of time. It's not the first time, in other words. If you feel like getting postponed is the only thing that happens, or is happening to you only, it's not. So, Mr. Sellers, go
We're
ahead.
equal opportunity. Scott Sellers, City Manager for the record. So as was stated, this item's actually come before you multiple times. The development has been in two different phases or two different annexations, which means there were two different development agreements. Development agreement number 1 on the larger portion included what we now affectionately refer to as the Bunton Road or Bunton Creek Roundabout. And then there was a sidewalk portion as part of that first agreement. So what you'll see in the amendment before you is the developer is ready to make additional improvements to the roundabout. Now, you heard a little earlier, Leon said that the final engineering has not been approved yet. That is mostly, the engineering is mostly done, but it has not yet had its final sign off by the city staff. So that was a correct comment. However, we have looked at the design of the roundabout and we've shared that with council. We've compared that with the design for the Marketplace roundabout or Burleson roundabout. And it's significantly or substantively the same diameter, a little bit different on the ingress-egress zones, but for the most part, it's the same diameter roundabout. I know a couple of council members have actually gone through there recently in a fire truck or with a trailer to see if the diameter would work, and they can share their anecdotes on that. What needs to happen, as we've talked about for the last couple of months, is the roundabout needs to have a mountable apron. So the existing stand-up curb, that curb will be torn out for a roll curb with a 9.5-foot apron. And again, the final engineering that we'll approve is just to see how that apron is going to be constructed. So the addendum before you in that first DA is to say move forward on the roundabout, escrow some funds for the sidewalk, and then we will release the building permits for the remainder of that first phase. Additionally, there's a second DA because it was in two different annexations, and the zoning item is to set the zoning for the next, for this DA number 2. This involved roughly 30 acres of development. An issue between this development is it's adjacent to the school district property to Lehman High School. Certain things are anticipated to occur at the high school, which calls for a more significant buffer than a traditional wooden fence. So what you have before you is an amendment saying that the developer will put a masonry type fence, like a fence-crete, in between, basically on that edge, that western edge of the development. So that's that agreement. The developer is here tonight to answer any questions. The exhibit of the roundabout is being added to the exhibit here in the DA. Everything else is pretty much before you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, the developer is here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Any questions for Mr. Sellers or the applicant or commentary? Councilor Rizzo.
Yeah, first of all, Scott, thank you for, the update on that. Also, I'd like to remind you that we're supposed to go out there and look for lights as a city, find ways to illuminate that area with the roundabout. Something we probably hadn't thought about, had the foresight for, but now that we've identified that, let's continue that process to make sure we can eliminate that. Also, just the developer, I know it's been a pretty long couple of months, but when we make decisions up here, we've got to make sure that we make them right, and especially when something happens on a project, and we just got to make sure we get everything right. And it's not anything against you. We hold everybody to the same standard, and sometimes as a city we can mess up as well. This roundabout has been kind of a nightmare for all of us and for the people who live in that area. You're not the sole blame. I think some of us can probably take the blame for that as well. And I just don't want you to think that this was anything against you. We're just making sure that we got this right and we could move forward. And also working with the school district, appreciate you getting with them and getting that part of it hashed out. My sole purpose of getting into this was to make sure that we could move forward. So appreciate your patience. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Councilman Vegas, yes. I'm sure you got my email with photographs of all the down signages out there. I understand we're trying to get this approved and everything, and I understand where the developer's in that spot, but it's just frustrating for me sometimes when I can just barely go to the store and people are just continuously complaining about that roundabout and the obstacles of it, of the down signages and all the debris that's out there. So hopefully it can finally start getting addressed about the way it looks and the diameter and so forth. So that way I can go back to these residents again and let them know that it is finally going to be worked on. And I understand it's an eyesore that they drive by every day, but I'm still in the process of just still letting them know that we are working as hard as we can to get this done. Thank you.
You bet. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth. He's already mentioned this to me before. He can corroborate. But if once the diameter, is constructed, the whole roundabout with the apron, everything is constructed, and we still have issues with running over signs, with curbs and things like that, then we'll come back and address that as part of like an ingress-egress look. And we've talked with Tyler about making sure that vehicles can safely and accurately navigate that roundabout.
Yeah, on the signage that you've seen out there today is directly behind the curb. That now will shift back 9.5 feet. Once that it was always going to shift back, but we had pavers in there originally. Now it's going to be stamped concrete. So those signs were put in temporary so we could open the road for the city while we were trying to wrap everything. Actually, it was when we were trying to wrap up the northern leg on Go Forth. And then you mentioned the curb, run it over the curb. Understand that under this scenario with the roll curb, trucks are going to go over the curb down, and that's why the truck apron is there. We're not gonna, this is not gonna solve
people not running over the median. Quite frankly, it's going to make trucks go over the median, but that's the intent of, they call it a truck apron in a median, so trucks can navigate it. I think I've seen pictures of the Burleson Road. You can see the tire marks where the trucks are going through. I mean, that's the intent. That's why you have that median structure the way it is. And then I just spoke to Leon. We still owe him a geotech report that says, okay, the concrete's 7 inches thick, the base is 8 inches thick. So we're working with him directly right now on that. But appreciate all y'all's work. Your staff's tough. Y'all are tough.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tyler.
We're happy to get it done. It doesn't help us to let this drag on any longer. I think there's been some give and take on both sides.
You're comfortable with the language that's been put into the DA regarding the fence?
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Florescale.
Yep, me and Ashley had the honor of getting to ride in the fire truck, the largest one they had here in Kyle. And I was really pleased, and we recorded it just to be sure, because I was like, look, if I'm going to say yes,
Y'all got on
I'm
the
going
fire
to
truck
have
and
it
went out there on
on.
the roundabout.
And she did an excellent job. She like recorded it. She's like, and it was
Did you
good.
make it?
It was good. She was like, out the window? Are you sure? I was like, do it. Just do it. I can't with a good
Crazy counsel.
conscience say yes. So, I feel like you've done really well. It's been some give and take, and it's been, I think, some emotions out there. And that's okay, because that's part of the process. But I am pleased to know that you have fixed the roundabout and that you're working with the schools. I mean, that's all we can ask for, really. I appreciate it, and it's going to be a different vote tonight for me. So, yay.
Wow.
All right. Well, on that note, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items number 20 and 21, and make agenda item number 21 contingent upon the execution of agenda item number 20, meaning zoning comes once we sign the papers on the development agreements. All right, hang on. Let's get the vote in. I understand. Noted.
3 of each.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Bradshaw. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right.
You ready to sign?
Well, I'm going to
we get
finish the
it fixed.
meeting, but yeah.
Let's get that roundabout fixed, please.
All right, MPT, you go jump on number 22. I'll go sign. Make him happy. Or is it 21? Yeah, 22.
Okay, item number 22, review and approve updated communication and social media policy. Our communications director, Samantha Armbruster, this is your item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you this evening are policies for our communication plan and also social media policy. These documents are living documents meant to be reviewed and updated as often as necessary, and we haven't had a look at them in a while. Some things have changed since then. Probably the most important is the explosion of social media since we passed our last communications policy. So we thought, in addition to creating a social media policy, we might as well take a look at the communications policy that we had in place and make sure that it meets our needs. We have new assets available to us now that we didn't have when that policy was passed. So we made sure to incorporate those. The intent, of course, is that we all understand who does what and when, and making sure that our residents and even internal staff get information. So it's there for your review. I'm here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
I just want to say that I think you are wonderful. And you have done so many amazing things for the communications department. I think everybody, the people who felt uninformed during the most recent event, which was the snowpocalypse, I feel like those were very few and far between. And your team just did such an excellent job of pushing out that communication. Love that you've taken it a step further and taken the initiative to create the social media policy. And I just want to say that on record, I know I've told you before, but I think that you are wonderful, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rizzo.
So first of all, I just want to say that I still get cold when people say snow apocalypse. It's crazy. It just I was out there for 2 weeks in all that code, and I still get cold when I hear that. It just still get that chill. It's crazy, but you've done a great job with relaying information to the community. I really appreciate it. The community appreciates it. I'll get a lot of feedback from people that I see and meet on a daily basis, and they love the communication that's coming out of the city of Kyle now. Very transparent. I know there's always ways where we can probably be more transparent as technology comes forward, but you're doing a great job, Samantha. Just keep up the good work. You and your team. Thank you.
Councilmember Flores Kale.
I just have a question. Was there anything major? Because there was not like a red line, so I didn't really know. But I read through it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, this seems pretty simple. So I didn't know if there was like any major changes, or is this just regular?
Really, it's pretty standard. The only thing that is in addition to are things like next door. We didn't have that even available to us before. Kyle 10, before it was considered just the PEG channel, so now it's the Kyle 10 channel. So I wouldn't say they were big things. And nothing, and it was reviewed, of course, by internal staff and all the directors.
Okay, excellent. I gotta agree with everybody else. You rock.
Oh,
So,
thank you. And just to make sure, I just am the lucky one that gets to stay up late with you guys. Really, the magic is behind the screen. Grant, Rachel, Sarah, Xander, they're doing all the hard work.
Councilmember Ellison, did you have something to add? I just saw your hand up. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get my attention.
Oh, thank you. Certainly, second, third, and fourth, all the kudos that were given to our communication staff. Big fans of what we've been able to do since we bolstered that department. And I have an agenda item that was helped by your department and their support and the survey on social media. So I'll elaborate on that. But great job and great forward thinking to bring this forward, and certainly agree with the work of Rachel and Xander and Sarah and Grant, all those folks. Certainly there's a lot of heavy lifting. We know that as council members by our staff. There's our staff can make us look really good too, as well with that hard work. So kudos to them and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda item is written.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ellison, a second by Councilmember Bradshaw. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Item passes 7-0.
Thank you, Samantha.
I'm going to use the gavel since our mayor doesn't use the gavel.
I used it once today. Did you not hear me? Kind of hurt my wrist when I did it. All right, next up, agenda item number, did I do that right? I don't think I did that right. Next up, agenda item number 23, presentation and update on status of multifamily recycling program for apartment complexes in Kyle. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. So really excited to bring this presentation forward to you all and the public. It's giving a little background on this. So as you all are aware, I'm a multifamily resident in this city. And many of you are also aware that I'm a big fan of preserving our environment and recycling services as well. We recently did a renewal negotiations of our contract with TDS, and staff is currently in the process of finally buttoning that up and getting that done. And one of the last pieces we're working with TDS with, and I'll mention them a few times throughout this presentation because they've been a great partner helping us with this, is they've been really willing to step forward to help us achieve this goal. Recycling is a service that is provided to our single-family residents all throughout the city. The other part of our city is our multifamily, and you'll see throughout the presentation why we brought this forward. Personally, I've had some struggles with recycling capacities and different things At my unit, for a number of years, I didn't realize that recycling wasn't offered at all of our multifamily because it's not required by the city. So it's been completely up to the department developer to either have that or not by their choice. Also, not only just my frustrations, but over the past year, I've received communication by email, phone call, text messages, in-person conversations of people asking about how can they get recycling at their multifamily complex. It's something they greatly desired, whether they were longtime residents of our city and have moved into multifamily where they did have recycling, or they have moved to our city and from other cities that did have that service as well at multifamily. So we're going to show you some information and some data that we've been working on, and I have to say, Jerry Hendricks. I'm going to talk a little bit more about him at the end, but he did a great job putting this presentation together, and we'd like to team up to talk about that. All right. Thank you. So our purpose statement here is to allow Kyle residents living in apartments to have the same opportunity to recycle as residents in single-family homes. And Jerry will explain the why.
So why, you may ask? Well, there's a lot of reasons why. One is just in the past 5 years, our population of people living in apartments in Kyle has doubled, and that's not going to slow down. If currently we have almost 3,000 apartment complexes in the city, our apartment units in the city. If you use our regular population estimate calculator to figure out how many people live in those apartments, it's about 7,000 people right now live in apartments in the city of Kyle. 15 years with the city of Austin, and it doesn't go away after 15 years with the city of Kyle. So Kyle currently has almost 600 units that are going to be open by the end of this year, and next year another 822 units. So you add your 2.5 person per unit calculator onto that. That's a lot more people. And currently only half the apartment complexes in Kyle offer recycling. So that's why Councilmember Ellison came forward and wanted to move in a direction to see how we can make recycling available to everybody in Kyle, not just single family residents. Next.
Thank you, Jerry. Next were our action steps. So we saw that there was a gap in services being provided to many of our residents. And so I approached Jerry about this, and he hit the ground running with me. And so he did put action steps as Councilmember Ellison, but I certainly, obviously, I brought that to attention, but I think it's something that Jerry, as he pointed out in his previous slide, it was something that was also coming to his attention as well, that this was a need. And so I appreciate Jerry's understanding of that. Next, we have telephone discussions with property managers. Bulk of that was done in large part by Jerry, having those conversations, reaching out to all 14 of our apartment complex property managers to get an understanding of where their recycling services were at, their desire to either, if they didn't have that, bring that to their complex, or if they did, how they felt about the service was being provided, and if perhaps capacity could be increased if needed. Next were Ring Central meetings with property managers. Jerry and I had a Ring Central meeting with a couple of property managers that all of them got the invite. We had a couple of them show. We had a great showing from TDS as well as a part of that Ring Central meeting. And we got a lot of great feedback from our property managers that did participate. I will say they were very enthusiastic and great participants in those meetings. Development of surveys for property managers and residents. Some of you all might have seen, we had the survey out for a while, and this is what I was talking about in the previous item, but we weren't getting much response from our surveys, either from the property managers or residents. However, I knew that this was something that, well, like I said, I had been reached out to personally from various residents that lived in multifamily asking about this. So I knew that there was a concern and a desire for it. And so Jerry had the great idea of teaming up with our communications department. Our communications department put up a great post on social media, and our our survey respondents quickly showed up with that. And so I want to thank our communications department for helping us.
I'd just like to
spread the word
add,
on
Dex, that when the property managers didn't respond to the survey we sent to them, Dex and I went to the property managers and filled it out in front of them.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. I probably would have forgot that, Jerry, and I don't know how, because we spent an entire day. We actually did it pretty quick, but it took up most of our day. Jerry and I went and visited all 14 apartment complexes and had a sit-down conversation with probably 11 or 12 of them. And those conversations, they were, I don't know if it's because we were there and in front of them and not sending an email, but they seemed very open to it, supportive. They, the ones that were already participating with it, they were excited about particularly further education of their residents, because that's been another key part of it. And we'll probably touch on that here in a little bit. We will. It's just the education piece of it, of those apartments that do have recycling. A lot of the times there is contamination and improper recycling because there's not proper education of what can be recycled in the particular containers that are provided from TDS. But we spent the day visiting with those property managers, got some good feedback, had some were shorter conversations, some were longer, some were particularly with the ones that didn't offer recycling. They gave us great feedback about their pain points and some of the struggles they had. And that was really the approach that Jerry and I took initially with this, was that we wanted to do a collaborative approach, not a heavy-handed one of just, we're just going to do this. We wanted to get the feedback and collaboration with our property manager. And I will give kudos to those that definitely did that. Their names are escaping me right now, but they know who they are, and I certainly appreciate that. Some of the other ones were a little less responsive. For what reasons, I'm not sure, but certainly having those discussions in person, we wanted to show that it was a collaborative approach, and we were trying to get feedback so we can best understand those needs and difficulties that they were having, whether they had recycling, because we ran across a number of them that used to have recycling and then got rid of it. So we wanted to understand what their challenges were and how we as a city could help them, as well as the partnership with TDS.
Yeah, I just want to add in defense of the property managers, they're still dealing a lot with the snow pop clips, whatever, I can't pronounce it. But they had a lot of other things on their plate other than filling out our survey. But it turned out to be a real asset for us to actually have the conversations with them in person.
And Dex, did you say that you talked to them and they had reasons for why they stopped doing recycling? Like they had been doing it and then they stopped, and they gave you reasons for why? Is that what you're saying?
We had a couple of conversations with property managers in those discussions, and I will, to be fair as well to property managers as well, to Jerry's point, there was a lot on their plate from the February snowstorm and everything going on. But yeah, they did give us some feedback on those various different things.
What did they say? Why did they stop offering it? Did you get any feedback from someone who said why? Like, was it like economics or?
It was mostly participation and being able to adequately control contamination and the litter that comes with that kind of process.
Okay.
Yes, and that goes back to that education piece.
That's single family also, but yeah, it's all of us.
Yeah, that's across the board. Right. But yeah, so it was a lot of that, and so I'm very familiar with how that happens. So we get those emails from the property managers about almost on a monthly basis. Stating that the residents have been putting improper materials in the recycling bins. Pizza boxes are common, which are public service announcement, no recycling of those pizza boxes, that contamination. Various different things like, we'll talk about this too, recycling being in plastic bags. Those plastic bags can't be recycled, so they have to be emptied, the contents of it, and just different things like that. And I think it was just creating a challenge for those property managers and their maintenance staff, as well as obviously getting probably some feedback from TDS. And so they decided just, I guess, wash their hands of it because they probably felt a little alone and not able to figure out how to alleviate that problem other than just getting rid of recycling. But it didn't seem to be either a large cost issue or a lack of desire by the property managers to offer the service. And they definitely, even the ones that were not too thrilled about offering the service because it put more on their plate, and we had some that were very candid about that, that they were happy to have it off their plate because it's just one less thing they had to deal with. They did admit, though, that their residents have communicated about the desire for it. Delivery of surveys and subsequent analysis. We were going to have some data to provide to y'all here in just a moment. And then now we are here at the council presentation to hopefully get the blessing of the council to continue moving forward. Survey results. Jerry, you want to take it?
All right, so we sent out a survey. It was people came to our website. The questions were all there. They filled them out. We had about 250 responses. I'll say right now that it's not a scientifically valid survey, and the numbers don't always add up. But I think there's some really valid information here. So the first question was, does your apartment currently recycle? And the survey says the biggest response we have was almost 200 said, no, my apartment doesn't recycle. And 51 said, yes, my apartment does, which tells me and tells us that the people that don't have access to recycling are the ones that were really motivated to complete the survey, that they really want to be able to recycle. The next question was, if you answered yes to the survey, how would you rate the service? And most people rated the service at least average, and a lot of them said service was actually excellent. So that's good to know that the places that are recycling are getting it right by their residents. The next question was, what materials are you able to recycle? That across the board was very similar to what our single-family residents are able to recycle. And the next question was, one of the things Councilmember Ellison brought to my attention was that there's this thing called valet service now for garbage and recycling in apartment complexes. When I lived in an apartment 3 decades ago, you had to carry down the stairs yourself, but now they apparently do it for you. So most places said they did not have valet service, or most of the respondents, but also those respondents are probably along the same lines as the people that don't have recycling in their apartment complex. So that wouldn't make sense. And valet service is something we're going to look at really hard in our potential pilot programs, because on one hand, it can be very expensive to provide that individual to go and collect from your porch, or maybe it doesn't have to be. Currently it is. But the benefit of valet service, particularly as it relates to contamination, is the valet can be trained on how to recognize what goes in the recycling and what doesn't. So it'd have a great impact on reducing contamination. If you answered no on the property, on if you had recycling in your apartment complex, would you like to see recycling? And you can see they do. I don't know who the 12 are that don't, but they wouldn't be invited to the recycling party. The next question was, would you be willing to pay additional rent to be able to recycle? Now, before we get into the answer for this, part of moving forward with the pilots is we want to test if we're going to divert garbage into a recycling stream, the rate in the TDS contract for a recycling dumpster is the same as the rate for a garbage dumpster. So if we're able to divert one dumpster of garbage into a dumpster of recycling, the net cost to the apartment complex should be zero if we're successful in being able to pull that off. But since it's not always like you think it should be, would you be willing to pay extra? And it's kind of half and half. But the next question was, if you were to pay, how much more could you stomach? And over half of the people said they would be willing to pay up to $5 additional for recycling, and another third, or almost third, said up to $7. Dex said he would pay $30. So the next question is there something you'd like to recycle that's not currently offered? I just put a sampling of the free comments in here. Some of them are quite funny. But, the typical, and this kind of speaks also to the need for education, not only in the residential program, but as we move forward into the multifamily realm, a lot of things they're saying that they would like to recycle, they can recycle if it's offered in their apartment. Glass, cardboard, compost is not. But things like batteries and automotive fluid, we have an agreement with San Marcos, with the facility there, to take those type of household hazardous chemicals to them to be taken care of properly. And
Just real quick on that one, Jerry,
Sir.
could you go back? So why would we have automobile fluids in apartments complexes?
Yeah, I'm sure they do the.
Are they allowed?
Because we have vehicles.
Are they allowed to
I
change
don't know.
oil in their apartments? One reason is I'm thinking if there's a spill, the runoff from that would go into our streams, and it's just not safe.
Yeah, I haven't given it any thought really.
No, I'm just wondering if we
Yes.
allowed that as a city. Yeah, I wasn't saying Jerry did it. I'm just saying,
You're allowed to drain your oil into a pan, but you're just not allowed to spill it.
You're right.
Yeah.
So I can see keeping, if your car burns oil, I can see you keeping some oil around or some power steering fluid. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, they asked to be
Yeah.
able to recycle that, so I put it in here. And they wanted to recycle furniture. That's another problem a lot of the apartment complex managers, property managers told us about is, at the end of every month when people are moving out, it's like a garage sale out by the dumpsters with all the stuff that ends up there. So back when I lived in an apartment, it was always, you get great stuff by the dumpster at the end of the month. But for them, it's a problem because it creates litter, it impedes access to the dumpster for people that need to get there legitimately, and then they have to pay to clean it up. So I don't know how we're going to be able to address that in this phase of our pilot program, but it is something we're going to look at as we continue how to be able to help them with that, because our single-family residents get the twice a year bulk and brush, and we'll figure if we can work a way to provide that to the apartment complexes.
So just real quick, Jerry, also our residents within the city of Kyle who have their own water meter also get to dump a truckload of garbage once a month at TDS for free. If there's a way to implement that for the multifamily, might be a way, if we could look at that and find a way to allow them to do the same, would probably be a road we could probably explore.
Yeah, that's built into the cost structure for the single-family homes, so we'd have to work that out with TDS into the
Correct.
pilot and moving forward. And I'd
Right,
just like to
because
say-
multifamily is considered commercial, so we don't have that same ability to do that.
Yeah,
Those
they're
dumps,
commercial
that
because they're
we
serviced by
negotiated.
dumpsters, but I think one of the things
Right.
we'll look at is a way to treat them differently. And I just put this second comment here. We have so much trash because of it, such he actually wrote into the survey. And then plastic is a huge thing, glass and aluminum too, and all those are currently recyclable. Dex, you want to take next steps?
Absolutely. Certainly good questions about that as well. So that was something that was made a point of clarity as well. But yeah, a lot of those things that were stated, including the automobile fluids, there's a guy that I live next to. He changes his own oil. He has his pan out there and he does his thing. He's very responsible about it. Same as we would expect from a single family occupant to do the same. The oil could have that same type of spill. So just living in a more dense area, that's essentially the difference. And essentially, I guess we don't own the property either. The next steps here would be the pilot program. So we have, and primarily Jerry, has been some great conversations with TDS, and this was one of the things that was brought up of doing a pilot program to kind of assess the need before we took even further steps. And so we are proposing that with the pilot program, that there be a total of 4 complexes, 2 that do not currently recycle, and 2 that do recycle. So we hope to, by having a couple examples of each, really determine things for both facets of where we are. Obviously, half of our apartments right now do recycle and half don't. So we want to get an idea of that. So obviously with the recycling, get apartments that do not have it, getting them on board, figuring out spacing of where to put the containers, getting that program started, various different things like that. For the ones that do have recycling, maybe it's even heavier on the education. The education should be across the board, but heavier on the education to make sure they're properly recycling recycling the materials, as well as capacity, making sure that they have the right amount of capacity. That was another issue that we've come across is recycling is taken every 2 weeks, of course, and a lot of times the ones that do have the recycling, they have the 4 96-gallon containers at the larger dump, the larger trash dump there on site, but those things fill up so quickly. If you're not there with your recycling within a couple of days after TDS comes by to pick up recycling, you're probably holding on your recycling until the next go around. So just different things like that to understand really what those challenges are, and hopefully through this pilot program, figuring that out. Let's see, our next item. TDS is working with staff to develop a program. Once again, I cannot thank TDS enough for their willingness to come to the table and help us resolve this. They were very enthusiastic on the calls, had a lot of great feedback and a lot of great thoughts. They have one particular individual. He is really excited about the education piece part of it because they understand as well that that's a large part of this. We can do recycling till we're blue in the face, but if it's not being properly done, we're really not achieving the goals that we want. So getting that education piece is a large part of that. I know from our 96-gallon containers, the top has typically what you can recycle, but it's been weathered and faded away. So we were thinking about more options for education pieces in their homes that they can put on their fridge or something like that is more readily available and a reminder of what proper recycling is.
And TDS brings the house when they come to these meetings. It's not just Ray. It's Ray and their communications person, their marketing person, their operations people. There's probably like 6 or 7 or 8 of TDS personnel on these calls covering different parts of the program. So they're engaged and they're committed to making this work.
Also, can I state, if you get their app or if you go online, if you put in there what it is that you want to throw away or recycle, they'll tell you where it goes.
Yeah, we'll try to figure out a way to incorporate a similar app for multifamily at some point as well.
Absolutely. Next steps as well. So after the pilot program, getting a better understanding of those needs and pain points and how to best help our multifamily complexes navigate those, potentially moving into a multifamily recycling ordinance to therefore require multifamily to have recycling, the existing ones, as well as ones that are being brought online. I know my colleagues have heard me say this when we've talked about multifamily development in the city that is coming. That has been something that I've repeatedly brought up is make sure they're on board that, with recycling from the get-go. So they're not coming into the city maybe making the decision that they won't have it. The expectation is the city is going towards that goal.
Sure, and through the
And
ordinance
then
also,
finally,
we'll be able to create some economies of scale, standardize the process across the board, and have a level playing field for all apartment complexes and the people that live there, make sure they're all getting the same service.
And then finally, program implementation there once we have that. And certainly it is no challenge. Jerry could probably testify to this even better. He did do his research. He has history of working with recycling in the city of Austin. He's had some great conversations with some of our sister cities in the area and getting an idea of the challenges. So we're trying to measure as many times as we can and trying to include as many of the parties that will be impacted as we can to hopefully come forward with some solutions that everybody who will be impacted by this or a part of it can best move forward with it, having an understanding of what the expectations are, as well as helping them navigate any pain points they may have.
All right, one more slide, and if for no other reason to recycle, it just makes you feel awesome. So, Councilmember Ellis and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Councilor Ellison. The only question is, do you actually want official direction from us? I mean, it sounds like y'all are doing a great job here. So
I think we're going to do it unless you tell us not to.
Yep. Go forth and conquer. This is a great program. Thank you, Councilor Ellison, for working on this.
Yeah, definitely. I love your passion when it comes to recycling, keeping the environment safe for future generations. Thank you for your work on this, both of you. I think this is just a win-win for our city and for our citizens, even in the future.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I just want to say real quick, because I'd be remiss if I didn't. Thank you for the support, council. I want to give a huge thanks and appreciation to Jerry Hendricks. He's lifted the vast majority of this. Obviously, he understands my passion about it as well and my concern for it. But Jerry has hit the ground running with this, not only putting this great presentation together and including a meme, which I'm always a fan of, but the time and conversations and his breadth of knowledge and experience from his previous work as well has been invaluable throughout this process. And so I cannot thank Jerry enough. It was really a delight to work with Jerry on any project, to be honest with you, council. If you ever have an opportunity to work with Jerry Hendricks, it is something that is truly a pleasure. And he has been just an absolute rock star. And so I just wanted to give him his public kudos about that and my sincere appreciation to him.
Dex is kind of a fun running mate, too.
All right. Anything else? Otherwise, we're going to move on. All right. Thank you. All right. Next up, agenda item number 24, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, accepting the petition for annexation of 25.2 acres, more or less, of land located in Hays County, Texas, setting an annexation schedule, providing for open meeting and other related matters. This is Mr. Koontz' item. I don't know if Howard's ready to present, but it's essentially annexation of the Jansen property. The only clarifying question I think we're going to need is it the entire parcel, the parent tract that is being, or are they asking to only annex the 1 acre? Because the title says 25.2, but the staff memo kind of pushes it more towards just the little red spot, just the baseball complex piece.
It looks like it, to my understanding, it's the 25.2. The 1.105 acres is a development site currently. That's where the batting cages will go. But because that is being subdivided away from the parent parcel, we have made the parent ownership aware that the entirety of that parcel as platted will be brought into the city as a function of the development of the minor parcel that's being subdivided away. So as you stated, this is a ministerial function that the city will complete. It's a part of an earlier development agreement, a Chapter 43 non-annexation agreement that stated that the property would be able to stay in the county until such time that it was developed through some development permit, and that's what this is. This subdivision.
So, Howard, did you speak to the applicant who's wanting to do this?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Who has spoken to the applicant? Because the reading of
the city planner, Will Atkinson, had sent notification to both the developer and the Jansens, the property owners, the overall parent property owners, that this would be the result.
You're confident that this is for the entire parcel of land that's being requested for annexation?
I am.
So, because it reads, the site associated with the non-annexation development agreement is approximately 25.2 acres with 1.105 acres to be subdivided out for the larger parcel and own, or maybe it's further down. I just read somewhere, and I read it like 3 times in a row. And
There's an attachment that specifically says 1.1 acre out of 25.2 acres. So if you click on that, it says under property, 1.105 acres out of the John Stewart League, abstract number 14 in Hays County, Texas, same being out of that certain 38.9 acre tract conveyed to Peggy Lehman Jansen and the warranty deed recorded in the instruction. So it looks like it really is the 1.105. I don't understand why they would say out of. This was filed
I don't
this
know.
month.
Then I'm going to have to. Everything that you're asking me runs counter to my understanding of what tonight's petition was for. That it was for the entirety of the parcel. I thought we'd spoken about this with legal, and I thought I'd been briefed on this by the city planner. But trying to see. So this is the request and petition to the city. And in it, it reads that all certain land being 25.2 acres Section 2, annexation, Section 3.
Howard, while you're
Service-
looking, if I might, James Earp, Assistant City Manager, part of the issue is because the Jansen property was under a non-annexation development agreement, the triggers are built into that agreement that state if you subdivide the land for any use, it triggers automatic annexation
We
of the
understand.
entire tract.
The question
not just the
is,
piece. Yeah.
are you subdividing and only annexing the 1 acre and leaving the rest in the original non-annexation agreement, or does subdividing trigger annexation on the entire parcel?
That's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to trigger the entire parcel to be annexed whenever you subdivide.
Okay. So do we want to skip this one, go to the next one while you just double check and confirm that that is what this action is? And then we can come back to it and probably pretty quickly address it, I would think.
Yeah, if Paige.
I don't think you need to do that. I think the resolution before you this evening, and I'll share my screen again. This is
Okay.
the attachment on which we'll be voting, and the attachment is for the 25.2 acres. The reason for this, the reason this entire thing has come to you is because of the subdivision of the 1 point
Yeah, there it is.
questionable acre. But this is the resolution, and it's City of Caltech accepting annexation of 25.2 acres.
Okay, that's your reading as well, Scott, right? Your
Yes, sir.
understanding of the Jansens and have you spoken to them at all?
No.
Not since this?
No.
All right, well, it's clear that they're going to go ahead and that they're looking to move forward and want to go ahead and get annexed so that they can do their batting cages, which it seems like I remember us telling them that was the way to go a while back, so.
It's already been filed. Is that excluded? I don't even understand why this warranty deed is in here.
Is that just on a 1 acre?
Yeah, it's on the 1.1.
Because it will be
subdivided. They're annexing it all. The one they keep calling out the 1 acre because they're getting it's going to be subdivided and assigned to CTX Park LLC, but the whole thing's coming in.
1.105 subdivision is the trigger that has necessitated the entirety of this process.
Okay.
The fact that they're dividing 1.105 acres away from the parent tract of 25 acres is what has triggered the annexation of the entire 25 acres, which is commensurate with the resolution on which you're voting this evening.
All right. Well, with that stated, I'd like to make a motion to approve. It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 25, reconsider direction to the Planning and Zoning Commission to revise the CBD1, CBD2 zoning codes. This is my item. After the last couple of resignations and some of the feedback from P&Z that I've heard over the last few weeks, my thought was that perhaps as we're coming into the budgeting season and we're thinking of doing a comprehensive plan, we might look more towards that as opposed to the downtown zoning issues. I don't know that P&Z is ever going to be able to handle downtown. It's always going to be the prerogative of the council because the council, while we've struggled to find common vision with regards to downtown, the only solution is going to be through the city council on downtown as far as I'm concerned until we can get to that point. And I know we're making progress, so it's really just as simple as it's been controversial and dramatic. The P&Z has not felt like they had clear direction, or maybe they thought they had clear direction, but now they definitely don't know the direction they want to go. Some folks would love to weigh in on this, I think, on the P&Z, but I'd rather see us wait, go through our visioning workshop, get synced up around perhaps a comprehensive plan, and go ahead and move in that direction, which I know that probably be more in line with what the P&Z would like to be working on anyway. That's my thoughts. I'm personally don't think that this is a good assignment for them anymore. So that's why I wanted to bring forward reconsideration. And if everybody wants to keep having them go through it, that's fine. But just my thoughts. Does anybody have any discussion on it?
Mayor.
Councilor Tobias.
I am on the, was on the downtown task force, and this was originally brought to P&Z for reconsider the direction. And my whole thought from the beginning was to get an understanding of where we lied when it came to the downtown area. as far as what businesses, small businesses, and the aesthetics we can do to improve the downtown area. It was never an intention to change any codes or any zoning. It was to get an idea of how we can promote, how can we get help from planning and zoning to promote the downtown area and use, again, the square as the focal point. But with the consideration of the 2 resignations we've had, kind of concerns me, okay, of their direction or where they're going. So I thought about it long and hard after I saw this on the agenda, and I kind of agree with you on that sense there, that we are coming into a budget season, and it's going to be a large task. It's going to be starting up, actually the workshop, it's going to be starting up on May 1st. Okay. So we're about ready to get into a long haul. And our focus would probably need to be considered on working with that. And as far as the downtown, like I said, I've been on council for about a year now, and several months, and I've seen what has been going back and forth as far as with the residents and the type of businesses that were going to come down, and was trying to get a direction as far as how we can improve it. But with all in say, I think we should really reconsider the direction at this time, because again, yes, we just got 2 people on, but I think we just need to really now, since of all of this was going on, redirect at possibly maybe at another time. I don't know if that's how y'all feel.
Okay. Councilor Bradshaw.
I agree with Councilmember Tobias. I think that there's just, ever since I've started paying attention to city council and everything that's going on with the city as far as development goes, there's just always been resistance downtown. And to me, it almost seems like we could be spending the time and the energy and the resources to maybe put the commercial and the retail in some other places in the city where I think it would be well received, easily accessible, instead of, continuously trying to press for something downtown that it doesn't seem like the residents want at this time.
Well, thank you. Anyone else? The only thought is to say, the only thing it seems like we've all agreed on is the focus on the square. I was part of a 3-hour meeting with a couple council members this morning as we're continuing to flesh out Mary Kyle Hartson Park redesign. So I don't consider this to be necessarily a step in the wrong direction or a back to square one, because we are absolutely putting time and we've got as much traction on down, and it's ironic because of the nature of the discussion, but I feel like we have more traction on downtown redevelopment and rehabilitation, revitalization, whatever the word is, as we've ever had since I've been here. So I just think that we struck gold when we came up with the idea, let's focus on the square. We all kind of came to that sort of point of synergy where the divided sort of council kind of fell away, and it became like, all right, we can all agree that this is the area, and so we've got it going. We've got a comp plan potentially if it finds its way to the budget and can sustain the trial by fire that we put the budget through. But my thoughts just to focus on that, allow this board that now has several new members to get their feet wet, potentially to get geared up for future assignments, but probably not in particular those 2 zonings that have had some issues in the past as well. So just my thoughts. Anyone else have additional thoughts on this? Councilmember Ellison, what are your thoughts on this? You want to keep moving forward on the downtown CBD 1,
yes,
CBD 2 issues?
Obviously, I disagree with this. It is definitely unfortunate to have resignations on any of our boards or commissions. The direction to planning and zoning was to review and revise the uses that are allowed in 2 zoning districts in this area, CBD1 and CBD2, and then to solicit community feedback in that process. Not to rezone anything, not to figure out what boundaries there are, what downtown is, any of that. That was not the direction. It was simply to review the uses in that area and solicit community feedback on it. Something that is needed to be done. Is it the main thing? Is it the 3rd thing, the 6th thing? No, it's one of many. And I concur with you, Mayor. Whether this happens or not for P&Z to take this task on, that is a tedious task, and it is a challenging task. But as I stated that night when Councilmember Tobias and I brought this agenda item forward, and we received support by the vast majority of the council, was that we felt the Planning and Zoning Commission was very capable, more than capable, and clearly they were clamoring to get their hands on something. Yes, the comprehensive plan. I brought that forward before this, and that was pushed back on to wait. So turned and said, okay, well, no support for revisiting the comp plan right now, which is perhaps the desire of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I know a couple of them have mentioned to me that is. That was the first thing that I brought forward. That was rejected. So turn gears, and here's another thing that we need to do of the many things that we are already doing. And I agree, this does not stop anything. This does not halt anything. But it was a task that needs to be accomplished. And whether we do it now, it's going to have to be done at some point. We need to revisit those uses, because the uses are a large part of what the struggle is for people that live in the area. Is when we rezone something either from CB1 to CBD2 or what have you, it's we're approving all those uses that are allowed in there. So we needed to revisit that table. And certainly there are some things in that list. That list was created over a decade ago. So the feeling of the downtown task force was that this was another one of the pegs that we needed to figure out. It was not the first and last one. It's just one of the many. And we are juggling a lot of different things. And I do appreciate and agree with the steps that we've made, and we've made numerous ones. And so that was what the direction was. Simply no more than that. P&Z always has the right by their body to make a recommendation without our direction. We have a fantastic example on our dais right now of a P&Z commissioner along with a former P&Z commissioner that is the shining example of that. Finding a problem in our codes, working on it, bringing it to the rest of P&Z, getting P&Z's buy-in, and then making a recommendation to council, which eventually became an ordinance. So those things can happen. I've certainly expressed that to our P&Z commissioners, and I've been very happy with our P&Z commissioners for their capabilities and the ability to do that. And I fully believe that all of them were capable of doing that, still do. That's how we improve things. And it doesn't have to be just sitting and waiting back for rezonings. There's certainly action that can be taken. So I think that this still needs to be done. You know, I'm glad to hear you're interested again in the downtown. I think we need your support and your interest in it and your input on it. It's invaluable, as is from any other person on this body. So, you know, yeah, it's unfortunate about the resignations, but that for me, it doesn't mean that we change course because of that. For me, I think we still move forward with something that we needed help with. And that was the impression that me and Councilmember Tobias, when we had our discussions about it, was that we needed this particular piece addressed. And we felt P&Z was the capable body to help us sift through a very tedious task, and then as well get involved with the citizenry, which is a huge part of, that P&Z is definitely viewed as a prestigious body, a group of people that that are dealing with planning and zoning. There's a very large swath of material that deals with. And that was my hope with this. So yeah, I'll admit I was disappointed to see this agenda item come up. I'm happy to hear support for a comprehensive plan. Y'all been hearing me rap on about that for a while, so I love to and appreciate that support going forward with that. But that was the direction. That's the direction we voted on. It was nothing more than that. Certainly, if the planning and zoning body came with more recommendations beyond what our direction was, that can be accepted or rejected, as is anything from the Planning and Zoning Commission. But whether it's accepted or even rejected, I'm always appreciative of the P&Z making recommendations to us on what they feel as a body could help our city. And that's why they were appointed. And so I appreciate all of their service.
Thank you, Councilor Ellison. My only feedback is just to say that I think that P&Z is capable of providing a list of recommendations on CBD1 and CBD2 as well. The challenge is that I'm not sure that the council is in a position we're ready to let them do that because we kind of want to fight a proxy battle. Because if CBD1 and CBD2 land use and zoning issues were before this body, we'd probably debate and have a split vote on it. Some would want to add uses, some would want to take uses away. We just have different ideas, and so asking P&Z to take on that issue led to a lot of us wanting to participate in that discussion with them and have influence there, and that was really what I think kind of led to some of the resignations, but at the same time just helped cleared up in my head, at least, basically to what Councilman Rizzo said from the very beginning when he made the strong no vote, which was this isn't the right issue to try to use P&Z to take on, because we need to take this on some other way than through P&Z because of the nature of the controversial elements and the historic political issues associated with downtown. It's just P&Z is never going to be able to do that because the political entity above them is not going to be able to sit by because we all care too much to do that, which is totally appropriate. Just square peg, round hole is the way it feels. So if Councilmember Rizzo wants to say, "I told you so," this would be the time, but I doubt you would. You're too humble for that. But I still think P&Z would be very much capable of handling some great tough challenges, and I hope we present them with that opportunity again soon. I just, for myself, don't think this is the time on this particular issue. I think Councilmember Tobias even said in what he said a second ago that maybe the direction that we officially gave wasn't really what he had in mind either. And so, anyway, my vote's changed, which is why I wanted to bring it forward. And does anybody have anything else that they want to add to the discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't like it when we say square peg, round hole for P&Z. That's not how I view P&Z.
Well, the assignment was the square peg and the round hole, is what I was saying.
I know, but you've said it before.
All right,
when it comes to P&Z. And
right,
it's been in the process of trying to empower P&Z to be the best they can be. And while I do agree this became problematic, because we gave them an assignment and then we had more direction given on top of the official direction, I would like to, speaking to P&Z members, to do stuff, to go out there and look for ways that you can contribute to the city and to the council, and don't worry about official direction from us, but take it upon yourself to try to help bring recommendations that can solve problems. I don't want P&Z thinking that we are stopping them from serving this city, because it was one of the best experiences for me personally with the 2 years I was on P&Z. And it taught me a lot about how the city functions, and I didn't take no for an answer on a lot of things. I got told things were outside of our purview and still went. And when council members told me and other P&Z commissioners that we weren't allowed to do that, we worked as private citizens to bring things in front of council. And those things made a difference to the citizens in this community. So I want our P&Z to understand that they are respected as a body, and that I do believe they are appointed to recommend and help us to solve problems and be an aid to us. And I don't want to be in a situation where they think the only thing they can do is just complain behind closed doors. So while I do think that this situation has gone a little farther outside of the scope that we wanted, and I've also had a previous item that I tried to empower P&Z on that didn't really go anywhere, I'm starting to believe that maybe it's not so much council initiated, but that we need the kind of P&Z members that will initiate from within their body, and just look for ways to bring things forward that the council can bear and look and support to improve, because we can't do everything from up here as well. So I'm never going to want to stop them from doing things and from trying things and from thinking outside the box on ways that they can help improve the city. And so P&Z commissioners, if you just happen to be watching the meeting, I do want you to know that you are empowered to make positive changes in your community through that body and recommend things to this board. And you don't have to always wait for us to tell you to do it, because maybe the things we tell you to do you're not as interested in. But look for things where you can contribute and make that effort and go forth as you wish on that. But I don't really like this topic, because I don't like the topic of taking things away from P&Z. I don't like square peg round hole. I like progress, positive progress. And so I just think the problem became that it was no longer positive. It became negative. And maybe that's the topic, and it's the one that we struggle with is downtown. And you're right, we all came to a consensus that the square is what we need to focus on, because that's the one area where we can all find agreement. But it is not an indictment on P&Z. I know that they were confused. New commissioners, I do think it's a good time for them to get their feet wet, and maybe there'll be a comprehensive plan that comes forward if we can find the right vendor that does a good job, and they can help with that. But P&Z, do your thing, and don't always worry about what each individual one of us says here from the dais. You are your own body.
I concur with everything you said, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd also like to emphasize that, you're, as a commissioner, you have a voice. And if anyone from this dais ever calls you to intimidate you about using your voice, how you voted, please reach out to us as a body and let us know, because that's not how we run things. That we're here, to work together, not to intimidate and not to push people out the door. I want us to make sure that we're working together as a body, collaborating, moving forward as a city.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dex.
So my question to the council, and I had a really good conversation with some residents in our in our Center Street area about this and focusing on the square. We've said that a lot. What does that mean? In my assessment, we have been focusing on the square. That's all that we've done. And I have no problem with that. We're spending all the pipeline money down there. We've improved pedestrian crossing signage. We've we're put a lot of money into it for the holidays and the festivities. Once we're able to gather again, we'll do programming on the square and special events. We've approved money to renovate the old downtown City Hall. We did the railroad siding location, the train depot. It's not the square, but it's essentially the area that people kind of still are fine with us doing things. So all the attention has been on the square. There has not been an action by the city to go somewhere off the square throughout the central business district to push for something to happen or to invest money like we are investing. All of that is happening on the square. So I'm trying to understand when it said focus on the square, where are we not doing that? And where are we, if we aren't doing it, where, how, in what way? With money? Certainly, I don't see it being spent anywhere else. Improve areas off the square. Certainly don't see any other kind of investments or initiated actions by the city off the square. So that is focusing on the square. That's what we've done, and I concur with that. When it comes to investments, when it comes to resources, things like that, that's where it's all happening. So I'm just confused on the narrative that we're not focusing on the square, because that's everything we've been doing from the time essentially I've been even on council. So I don't think there is a strong difference of opinion on that. I had a great conversation with some members in the area that have come to visit us, and we talked about sidewalks and lighting, things down Center Street that they'd like to see improved. That's not the square though, and we're not investing to do that. It's all being pumped right there on the square. So, yeah, I'm just a little bewildered by that. Once again, I still feel that P&Z is capable of this. I concur about taking action, from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I feel like I've told every Planning and Zoning Commission that I've had contact with about the parking ordinance that was derived from that body. That was not direction from council. That was two awesome P&Z commissioners that took the bull by the horns and saw something that needed to be improved. And so that is certainly, I remember former council member and former Planning and Zoning Commissioner Shane Araby told me and coached that if you're not going out there and looking for things to improve within the code that is in the purview of your body, then you're not doing what is best as a Planning and Zoning Commissioner. And that hit us hard. And I think that's what probably drove that action that I just spoke of. that's appreciated. And I think that's part of being on Team Kyle, which our P&Z commissioners are. And certainly we can all have frustrations and see problems, but now we're a part of Team Kyle. So how do we solve them? How do we fix them? How do we make it better? That's on all of us as Team Kyle, whether you're elected, appointed, you're a staff member, what have you. We're all on that team to solve problems. And yeah, I guess I don't have much more to say. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to rescind the previous direction to P&Z regarding CBD1 and CBD2 zonings.
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 26. Discussion of possible action regarding board and commission staffing policy. Councilor Ellison.
So I was really hoping we could have this discussion before the appointments earlier tonight. Because I think that, I guess maybe I'm the only one that wanted clarity on the policy and how it's done. The mayor stated earlier that all four of the participants that are part of the committee to review applicants were part of narrowing it down from 13 to 16 applicants, or 13 to 6 applicants. I stated a lot of my points earlier about the remaining 7 and how did those folks meet the qualifications outlined in the charter? And so I'll ask that question of Scott.
Mayor Council, Scott Soas for the record. So I'll go back to the additional research that was even explored during this meeting. I think the big issue here is the section that was read earlier tonight was from the Code of Ordinances, section 262, under the committees and the qualifications for committees. The charter is in section 10.04, and looking at the qualifications for the charter, it's residency and qualified voter. So I don't see them being the same in the charter or in the Code of Ordinances. Not to say that one can't replace or be projected to another, but the qualifications for P&Z is in 10.04, and it's just the two.
So, I mean, the answer to the question is, of the people that applied, that we were presented with applications, were they qualified voters? All 13 were, and the answer is yes. That is the candidate pool, is those who applied who were qualified voters. That's the initial vetting. So if somebody did not live in the city of Kyle, they would have been culled right then and there at that time. So we were presented with a candidate pool. And the question is, out of 13 members, do we want to require that the board that would be making the nomination interview every single qualified candidate, or are we allowing for discretion for a selection of the applicants to be brought forward for a round of interviews as opposed to all of them? We've always done it where if it's only 4 people apply, for example, we'll probably bring all 4 in. And again, this is across all boards and commissions. So I only speak for P&Z. It's the only board that I currently am a part of that process. But generally speaking, if we get a lot of applicants to come in, it's common for us to, and per policy, to narrow down through the interview process and maybe only interview a select few. And then if in that interview process we don't find somebody who we think is the right fit, maybe we go back and look at give it another look, or start the process all over again, which I think we've done both of those things over the last 5 years at various times where we've said this isn't a good pool, we didn't get any good qualified responses, whatever. But for myself, I believe that the policy that says so we don't have to interview everyone who applies is an appropriate policy, because I don't think that we would do anyone any service by, if there are 13 people that we have to get 5 people in a room to interview, that we're just going to, I can't even imagine trying to interview 13 people all at once for that position with that panel. It can be done, but the interviews will be shorter, and I don't necessarily think that it gets you better applicant. But that is the current policy. So if we want to change it, this would be the time to do so, to put into the policy that all qualified applicants will be interviewed, that kind of a statement. This would be the spot to do that. Councilman Rizzo.
So this is a policy that's, go ahead, Dex.
Go ahead, Councilman Rizzo.
So this is on our charter. So would we have to bring this to the voters to amend this, or is this just something we could do in-house?
No, it's the boards and policies ordinance. It's not the charter. The city in 2017 in March, we put this plan in motion. So the 4 members who do the department head, city manager or designee, mayor designee, and the chair of that board or designee. Right. That's all. We all established that on paper here in 2017. So we can amend that. So if we want to require that committee, that selection committee or nominating committee, to interview everyone, it's as simple as a vote. All we do is amend that policy, and that would compel us to interview everyone who applies that is a registered voter by the charter and a resident of Kyle.
And right now, what we do is we take all the applications in, staff, the board, the commission takes a look at all the applications, picks out the top tier of those due to their qualifications, and then moves forward with the, if you get 13, you maybe say 4 or 5. If you get 4 or 5, you do all 4 or 5.
That's pretty much the way it goes down.
The process that we follow, there's an online application. Those candidates are originally vetted to see if they were in conformity of the residency requirement, for example. Then those applications are placed into folders. Those are all placed on the shared drive. And this is basically how this worked. We were given a link, had all 13 in it, then the members, the interviewing committee was asked to, provide their short list of those 13.
And for the case of P&Z, we were provided with the short list ahead of time. This is what some staff members have gone through. This is what we think. But that was still, we had all 13. A recommendation. It was just, they were just helping us with the work, because it's a lot to go through 13 applications, and it's hours of work. So what we did was we took that, and then we still went through them all and to decide whether we agreed with what kind of staff had put forward, and then made changes here and there. What staff said wasn't what ended up being the case after the committee.
That's correct.
Or the hiring selection committee looked at it. We said we'd rather it be this 6, and then one didn't show. It's fine. That's just the way that it's been. We can modify that process, but it works really well. So obviously I don't want to, but it can be modified. I think it works well for getting to a nominee, if that's the goal.
So I see this as almost as a hiring process when you're going through the applications. What is our requirement? What do we do right now when we hire an employee, when we bring out applications? Because you could get 100 applications. How do you bring that forward as well when you're making the final selection? Do you bring back and interview all 100 candidates, or do you vet through those?
Yeah, the Human Resources will call those out to a number that can be interviewed.
Manageable.
Yes.
Is there like a point process that can be done as far as that, or as far as like a certain degree of experience, you do a point scale, and then you can start narrowing it down along with the date of the application? They got their 2 weeks to put it in, and so forth on that end, you can start narrowing down and go from on that end?
Yeah, typically, human resources will examine the applicants. This is for jobs, not these.
Yes.
But based on the qualifications for the job, and then they'll submit the top X, that comply with all the requirements. And then the hiring body, whether it's department head and staff, will take a look at those and then cull those down. Let's say there's 20 in that bundle, they'll cull those down to, 6 to 10 that they think that they could reasonably get in for an interview.
I would like to look at, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dex. Go ahead and finish.
So if I may, I understand all of this, and I understand helping the committee out and all that stuff. Someone please show me in the policy that was in the backup material where it states for staff to narrow down and give a recommendation to the committee. So that's one. Two, so the statement is that all 4 of the persons that are part of the committee to interview were given all 13 applications and narrowed it down to 6 as well. So that's what was stated earlier tonight on agenda item 8. And then next, I'd like to understand where somebody could show me in the policy that where it states that that point of if someone meets all the qualifications that are the basic criteria as it states in the policy, if somebody meets all of that, where it is determined that if they meet all those qualifications, that they would not be moved to the second, the second round.
Okay, so I'd like to answer that question.
So that's what I'm trying to understand in the policy. So one, where does it say staff to narrow down based on what they feel the ability it is to do the job of a committee or board member? Next, I'd like to say, I think that's a false equivalence to compare it to a payroll hired employee. We're talking about volunteers. It's not the same thing. And so, when you have a payroll employee, there's all kinds of parameters and things in place. There are laws that are in place. All we have for our boards and commissions for a volunteer body is this policy. So going by the policy is what we have in order to show good faith to our community that we have a process that is equitable and fair across the board, and that there aren't people being narrowed out or taken out for the reason that this policy was created in the first place, where there was a concern of favoritism or people being appointed and all that type of stuff. If the policy is followed to the letter and people have an opportunity to interview, or if they meet all the qualifications in the first round, we by and large alleviate a lot of that concern of anything being done where people are being cut out or people aren't having an opportunity to pitch themselves in an interview. We've heard it said on February 23rd, we had it said earlier tonight about a person's ability and knowing if they are able to carry out that job. And a lot of times you don't know that until you've had a discussion with them. And once again, I brought it up on February 23rd. The reason why I feel so strongly about this is, once again, we have P&Z commissioners, past, present, and future, that that they didn't have qualifications that were relative to this, but they still have been excellent P&Z commissioners. And so that is just my concern, is when you have people, you have a volunteer body that is not a payroll employee. So I don't think it's fair to make that comparison. But you have people that are willing to serve. I understand we've never had this many applicants before. So I know that that's challenging. But that's also, it was mentioned over a month ago about the challenge of interviewing all of those. Well, that's why the designee is also a part of that. And then as well, the language, so the policy was approved in March of 2017, and then it was revised in August of 2017 to add additional language for when there's opening on other boards, those people can be interviewed as well at the same time. Say they're interviewing for P&Z, but you also have the body from the Parks team in there to interview people if they have vacancies. And maybe it's decided that maybe there's one body or the other that they better fit on. So that's just what I'm trying to get at is, once again, or even earlier tonight, that's why I wanted to have this discussion before we made any further appointments, because it has nothing to do with the P&Z commissioners that were applied earlier. Nothing to do with against them at all. 100% agree that they are valuable citizens that could contribute a lot, and I have no doubt that they will. But that's not what this is about. It's, once again, I brought this up on February 23rd because of this planning and zoning appointment. We had Parks and Recs appointment that same night as well. They interviewed all the applicants. Yes, there were only 6 of them as opposed to 13, but that gave those people an opportunity to feel like they were heard and able to sell themselves, if you will, in an interview, because that's what you're doing, to the city in order to participate. And it just creates, when that process doesn't happen, as they understand it, looking at the policy, then it creates a lot of strife and division of trying to figure out why, this decision was made when they have been in the city, they've met all the qualifications, and they just want an opportunity to pitch themselves, regardless if they're chosen or not, just getting that opportunity. And that's what I was just hoping we could clear up tonight, certainly for those 7 that didn't get chosen, but also for future appointments and going forward, because my idea is that we'll continue to get a lot of applicants as this city grows and as people are frustrated with things and they want to be involved, or maybe they're not frustrated with things and just want to contribute from their experience and levels of expertise. So that's what I was hoping to do tonight. I can certainly,
Councilmember Ellison, you posed some questions at the beginning of that. Would you like a response to those? You kind of got off of those questions, but.
I'd love to see in the policy where it states those things, or to be clarified to me, because like I said, I've read it. I don't see that as what came to fruition.
Right. So the way we've interpreted it, and I will admit, as an olive branch, that it's not the most clearly worded policy. It's a little bit cumbersome. But that the big issue that I think that you and I have had, or that you've had with this process, and how whether or not it was followed is what is the first round. The policy says if you're a qualified applicant, you have passed the first round. The second round is the interview round, which is very clear in the policy that round number 2 is the interview round, not round number 1. Round number 1 is qualifications.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
No one was disqualified in round number 1. No one was eliminated or taken off the, unless they did not meet the minimum qualifications of being a resident for 6 months or being a registered voter, et cetera. The round 2 process, which is the interview process, is where the paring down took place, which is consistent with the policy. It's contemplated in the policy and stated as such. So if there was
show me exactly the language though, because I'm trying to understand, because nowhere in the language does it say about staff narrowing applicants down and making a recommendation.
Okay, well, that's not what I said. I said nothing about staff narrowing anything down. I'm talking about round 2 is the interview rounds, which is when it gets pared down, which is in the policy written under round 2. You're reading round 2 as round 1 and round 1 as round 0 in order to make it seem like everyone should get an interview. Sorry, everybody wants, I got Howard, Councilmember Bradshaw, and Councilmember Rizzo, but I at least wanted to give my response to that. But who wants to go next? Howard, do you want to say something because you had your hand up on that?
I have the
particular
policy.
topic?
You want me to share my screen so you can read it? Or
I've read it many times in the last week, but yes.
It's been
go ahead.
dated.
And it was in our backup material.
Is it the one that's dated on the bottom as March the 7th?
That's the one and only, yes. I mean, it may have been amended, but that's the.
It's August 15th is what this one is dated. There's 2 of them. I stated that earlier there was one in March and then it was revised in August.
Okay.
August 1 is what we have in our backup material.
Let me, so this is the policy that I had on my shared drive. I'll get the one that's in the backup material if you prefer.
Yes.
Let me do that. That'll take me a second. So if somebody wants to ask a question while I'm doing that.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
Councilmember Ellison, I hear you with making sure that all candidates are making sure that the selection process is fair. And I definitely can see where there's room for improvement in the current policy that we have, and maybe just doing some sort of modification to create some clarity there. I would be hesitant to initiate a policy that requires interviewing every single applicant, just because we have seen such a spike in interest for people to volunteer in the community just within these past few years. Who knows what that would look like next go round for, you know, a PNC commissioner, or 2 or 3 years down the road from now. It's almost like we would be creating a policy that would need to be amended because there would be way too many applicants that it just wouldn't be feasibly possible to interview, if that makes sense.
Councilor Rizzo, you want to go next?
Yeah, just to clarify on what I was talking about earlier about the hiring process, what I was alluding to was that when you post a job, and I know this isn't a job, this is a commission post, a volunteer post, you know, when you have an X number of applicants apply, when do we say that, you know, we're going to stop interviewing everybody because it's just too many? I mean, we'd be tying up staff's time, valuable staff time, when you could be working on something else, when we've already have looked at all the applications. And this isn't about excluding somebody, it's about taking the people that are more qualified. We now have, we're blessed to have qualified people applying for positions that in the past we could hardly get anyone to come in and submit an application for. And now what we're doing is taking the most qualified person there. So this person, instead of starting off at ground zero, already has some qualifications where they can hit the ground running a little bit faster, a little bit more training, but now they have an understanding of what the job they're doing because they have the qualifications, they've been there. And that's why I guess I have a little issue. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just not seeing why we wouldn't take the more qualified applicant over the applicant that had no experience whatsoever. I'm just wondering why we'd interview that person when we are interviewing the top 5 that have the experience and are probably the better candidates for it. I'm just trying to understand why we would do that.
So I want to clarify. The point of what I'm talking about is not to advocate for interviewing all candidates. I'll take responsibility for that not being communicated well. Let me try again. So, yes, I understand. Number 4, very first part of the sentence, based on the first round evaluation of applications. So first round is item number 3. That's what that's saying. So I'm clear on which round is which. I understand that. What my question is where in the policy does it state for staff to participate in narrowing down the applications? I'm not stating
item number
that
3
everyone should
starts
be
with
interviewed.
city staff.
That's for one, though, round 1. That's
Yeah,
to say,
exactly.
That's
round
to
one.
say
That's
if
what
you
we're
can
discussing.
vote, and if you can also, if you've been a resident, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that is different than saying, hey, these 4 applications, if all 7 meet it, but yet we're only going to give you these 4, that is not the same thing.
I understand, and the point is well taken. It may be staff was too proactive to try to assist us in narrowing it down a little bit.
Well, that's
But-
all he was saying.
Right, but I readily admitting that they did not eliminate, city staff did not eliminate anyone from this process that the board didn't have a chance to review, and the nominating committee didn't have a chance to bring forward. Should that be the case?
All four of the committee members saw all 13 applications.
I can answer that.
I mean, it was on a shared drive. There was a drive that was emailed to me. I don't know. I get a lot of emails, so I don't know what the process was there. It was just a matter. We have to have Debbie because Debbie's the one that reaches out and schedules the interviews.
Right.
You know, all those kind of things. There's a lot of staff support for P&Z. So
I just checked back in the email
I'm
thread.
not talking about the interviews. I'm talking about the application, narrowing it down from 13 to 6. All four members saw all 13 applications and narrowed it down to 6. That was the comment that was made a few hours ago when we talked about agenda item 8.
So I looked at the email thread, and it looks like it was attempted to be sent to the chairwoman, Michelle Christie, but since she did not have a @City of Kyle extension on her email, that it did not go through. So she was subsequently emailed the applications for the 6 who were interviewed, or intended to be interviewed.
So she didn't see all of them?
She saw only the 6 that were sent to her directly because of the shared drive issue.
Well,
everyone else had the 13. They attempted to send it to her, but
So the problem we have when we interview 4 people, because only 4 people applied, but 7 people when 13 people apply, is it becomes discriminatory. Even if that's not what you intend, the outcome is you are only interviewing X amount of this one, but all of these.
That's the nature of it. That's what it is. It is discriminatory. That's what interviewing and paring down is. You are discriminating against some people who you do not select for people that you do. That's what the interview process is.
But what everybody just said was, oh, well, when there's only 4, it's not that hard. But when there's 13, we only want to do 7. That was not the reason you previously gave. It was, oh, we can't do too many at one time. That becomes discriminatory. Not that it's intentional, but what you can look like from the person on the outside is that you're not giving everybody a fair chance.
Well, but if it was 4 and you only select 1, you interviewed everyone, they could say, well, why didn't you give me a chance too? Being interviewed is, only 1 was selected out of 13. We followed a process to narrow it down. If we want to change the process, let's find out what it is. We can debate this until we're blue in the face, but just if we want to require more interviews, let's put it in the policy. And obviously,
and the discrimination is about the qualifications. Is what
Well, I don't buy that either, because if you looked at my school transcripts, you would have no idea that I have a master's degree, because I don't test very well. So I don't believe in let's look at this piece of paper and make all our judgments based upon that. I don't think it's fair. Your qualifications do not constitute if you're personable, willing to listen, or if you work well with others. So I don't believe that.
So they brought in, originally it was 5.
Originally
It went down to
6.
6, I'm sorry. Brought in 4 and interviewed them to break down that process. But they looked at all the qualifications. These were the 5 more qualified. We needed 1. So let's interview these 5 to find out which one of those is personable, which one of them is going to be able to work.
It's more than that. We're not just looking at the bullet points on an application. It's also like how well did they fill it out? How well did they fill out? Did they just, because a lot of people have these really fancy resumes and they just blast them out everywhere versus people who took time to apply. So you get what are you looking at?
This is not a job. People aren't going to be like, I'm going to blast this out to every committee I can get on.
No,
I really truly feel like if people are applying for planning and zoning.
The quality of the applications are not the same for all 13, regardless of the actual bullets.
Get that.
The intention, that's just the way that it is. So you're looking through, did you fill out everything or just some of it? It's just a process that we go through. It is subjective. You can't score it. You can't make it a perfect situation. It is. Or, you can, but it just creates, I don't know what to tell you, I guess is my point. But we try our very best. Every nominating group tries their very best to narrow it down in a fair and responsible manner. That's what this one was. So there was no prejudice towards the narrowing down. But ultimately, if the nominees are not good, they get voted against here, and that's part of it.
Or they don't,
that's the accountability.
because you don't get any information and you don't get to vote on it the way you'd like to. So my whole point is, if you're right, there is obviously an issue of some people thinking there's favoritism. How often do these 4 committee members change? That might be something we might look into, because if the same people are picking the same applications every single time, I'm not sure if that's really going to leave an open. We're only going to get the same people that these people want, right? Well, Koontz's idea of Kyle may be different than mine, or from Dex's, or from somebody else's. But if the same people are picking the same applications, that might cause a problem.
Okay. It's 12:10. We need to come up with either something or move on. I'm tired of this conversation. I don't know what else to say about it, but we're just arguing. We're just mad because of the P&Z process.
And let me.
I got plenty to be mad with regards to P&Z right now and this council.
And let me
So
just remind
gotta let it
everyone real
go.
quick, Mayor, real quick. This is the same policy that these council members have been voting on, that have been here for a while. Why the change now? I mean, why
I'll
not
answer that,
do this when it was
Councilmember.
originally, when you first originally started here? Why not address it then? Why now? And I know that is because we probably didn't have enough, but it's the same policy that's been in place. It's been here. I mean.
Right, and if the policy is followed, there's nothing in the policy. Once again, I'm not advocating for everybody to be interviewed. You know, and you're bringing up people that have been on council for a while. How many times have things come up that you've been on council and then you eventually get to it? It's the nature of it. You spend time on it, you have various different things you do. So I'm not gonna apologize that I'm bringing it up now. Secondly, there's nowhere in the policy that it states for a file to exist of a recommendation of the people to be interviewed. So that is what I'm trying to get at, is what creates a perception that things are, if people can read the policy and know what that is, but then an additional step was added, that's just what I'm getting at. And I get it, Mary. You're mad about this. You don't want to talk about it anymore. This was something I was hoping we could work out and have a civil discussion about. Just following the policy, because as it reads, and if that's being done as it is, I have no problem with it. Certainly not advocating for everybody to be interviewed. Certainly not advocating for us to see all the applications or anything like that. Just, you know, like I said, the policy reads one thing, additional steps were taken. The file shouldn't have existed about the narrowing down. Just let the 4 people that are part of it or their designees see all the applications and then determine the interview.
So do you want to make a motion on that, Councilmember Ellison?
I'll be bringing this agenda item back with language of recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, next item.
You want to take it, James, or me? You want me to? Yep.
All right. Okay, item 27, approval of the Vaconi's Trail Workforce Housing Payment and Development Agreement. James R. Earp, Assistant City Manager, this is your item, but it looks like Jeffrey Scott Sellers is going to go ahead and take it from here.
Just making sure we still have a quorum.
There's 4 of us.
All right.
Oh, 5.
5.
4 on the dice.
Okay, so the mayor recused himself from this item.
That's my job.
So council, what you have before you is a development agreement for a workforce housing item. I will say that the applicant has been a trooper and has stuck with us through this whole meeting, so is available to answer questions should you have them. This item is as I mentioned, workforce housing development being proposed for Philomena, and basically across from the assisted living facility on Philomena. Per the agreement, several items just to make you aware of in the agreement.
When we talk about workforce housing, one of the things that people ask is, well, what level of subsidy? So this project has 276 units, of which 50% of the units are restricted to an area median income of 50% or less. And then the other 50% of the units restricted to tenants having an AMI or area median income of 70% or less. So that's the breakdown of the level of subsidy. This property will be taken down by the Capital Area Housing Finance Corporation, and then they will in turn enter into a lease with the applicant, who will then operate this facility for the life of the facility. The applicant will pay all associated fees to the city, including a what is called an alternate fee in the amount of $2.5 million. The way these housing programs work is because they're leasing it from the Capital Area Housing Finance Authority, they don't pay taxes. That's a tax-exempt entity. So in lieu of paying an annual property tax to the taxing entities, they come up with some sort of an alternate payment structure. In this case, it's the $2.5 million for the first 20 years, after which the city council at the time will then enter back into negotiation on what's called a pilot payment, which is payment in lieu of taxes. And assuming that goes through, that's great. That's part of the agreement. Assuming the two parties can't reach an agreement at the time, then the default will be $150,000 pilot payment to the city, and that will escalate each year based on the CPI and a minimum cash payment. Just a couple of things that I know that this council has been interested in this project. You'll see in section 8H, they will have a weatherization plan and a recycling program. So both are being required. The weatherization plan will include fire suppression or insulating fire suppression piping. Developer will also show adherence to principles of low impact development, including but not limited to the use of permeable pavers. This is a gated development, so they will have a master meter outside the gate for their residents. There will be a 6-foot tall decorative fence around the development. And I believe those are the high points of the agreement. And so with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and Jake Muse is here also. He's the applicant and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does anyone have any questions? So Scott, it's $2.5 million up front for the pilot for the first 20 years.
Correct.
And then $150,000 plus a $1,500 escalator.
Correct.
Capped or no cap?
That is the default. That is, shall increase $1,500 annually through and including year 25. So that is only in case we can't come to an agreement. So the $1,500 is capped for 5 years.
It's only in case we can't come to an agreement within 5 years?
Within 180 days prior to the agreement expiring. So 6 months prior to the 20 years expiring, we'll sit back at the table and renegotiate what this payment, what the pilot should look like. And in the event that both parties still can't come to that agreement, then the $150,000 is the minimum payment, basically, is the payment.
Okay.
And then after that, what happens?
That is a 5-year period, at which point the two parties negotiate again at year 25.
So they're gonna pay 150,000 in year 21 through 25.
Just a one-time 150.
No.
And it'll-
Per year.
Oh, per year.
Per year.
Per year with a
Increasing
$1,500 escalator on each year.
Mhm.
So in year 25, it's whatever that is, whatever the
Right.
math is there. 59.
260.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we negotiate for another deal, that council in year 25. And if they don't come to an agreement, it's capped at the 150 plus whatever the past 5 years of the escalator has been.
It'll just keep going up that 1,500.
Yeah, so it'll keep going up to 1,500 every year past the 5 years?
Through and including year 25, in the event party is unable to agree to establish pilot, in or after year 26, the pilot payment for the first year of the renewed payment extension term shall be equal to the default pilot, which is the 150, which shall be adjusted for CPI for each 5-year payment extension following year 25. So instead of a $1,500 increase, it'll increase that percentage based on the CPI.
Okay. Does anybody have any other comments? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Rizzo, a second by Councilmember Bradshaw. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Nope.
Second.
Wait.
Nope.
What is it? Oh, man, we still gotta listen to that. All right. I still want to make a motion to adjourn. All right.
Trust me, I'm right with you. I'll
City
make this
manager's
fast.
report.
You might remind them that the resolution of our support for
Mm.
the application will be coming next meeting.
Yeah, so there's a resolution of no objection, which the applicant still needs for their state application. So that has to have a public hearing. So that will come forward at the next council meeting, just a public hearing on the item.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me of that. All right, we are so close. Here we go. All right, we have our FY22 budget starting here. Well, we've already actually begun it, but you'll see the next steps along the way. So our visioning workshop is coming up April 17th and 18th, and then you'll see on the calendar there some internal budget projections that will be provided by staff, and then by Hayes CAD will give a preliminary tax roll by April 30th. Annual community survey, part of the budget process. We are well into that, and it closes on the 12th. So that's coming due very quickly. So if you have not had a chance to fill out a survey, please get on citycal.com/survey and fill that out and be eligible for a prize. COVID-19 testing, you've probably heard that basically everyone 16 and older is now eligible to receive the vaccine. Get on cityofkyle.com/COVID for testing locations. We partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, Kyle Edie, for the Business Booster webinar series, April 13th from 10 and 11. Again, it's a webinar series, and it's free to anyone who is interested. So we encourage anybody to attend. And finally, we have several mass food distribution events coming forward. One in April, one in May, and one in June. The dates are on the screen. We are soliciting volunteers for each of those. They will be held at the ACC Hayes campus. So thank you for volunteering in the past and for continuing to promote this well-needed event. And that's it.
That's it?
So,
Good night, Scott.
Motion to adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.